So let's see. We're a little higher level now. A little higher level. Spend a couple talents real quick, because I forgot to. The automatic. Oh, I don't. Grab a couple things there. So, Vol'jin just gave me this Hearthstone. Yeah, you've already seen Tarajo, which has been argued about for literally over a decade. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. First, we got Escort Thrall again.
Loktar, friend. What is it you wish?
I wonder if I could just speed this up. I'm actually curious. Like, if I just go and zoop over there, will he just be there? Ignore the Korkron Soulbreaker here. I don't know what you're talking about, Yura. Yura's seeing things, everyone. She's crazy. She's completely lost it. Okay, this does not appear to have been working. Alright. So I suppose I should explain what actually happened there. So you see, this is, and I have given this a negative, by the way, before you ask. So, you actually can't. You can't use the Hearthstone here. Check it out. Doesn't work. You have to be in Benon Village. Did he completely despawn? He completely despawned, yeah. Yeah.
Loktar, friend. What is it you wish?
Anyways. So, yeah. Real quick. Thank you, Zilok. Always appreciate it. I'll put it towards that in a second. So, what happened last night, this is a scaling sequence. We're time walking for Pandaria. So, all of this stuff has been scaled to us within the realm of Pandaria. That's true, right? So I decided to go do this Pandaria quest. No problem. And the Pandarian quest, it's been a little rough every now and again, but we've been able to manage. No real issues. Okay, cool. Then, the Pandaria quest leads out here to Durotar. Now, this is very difficult to understand, so bear with me for just a second. Durotar is not Pandaria. Now, I know that sounds like a duh, but it appears that what has happened is they have scaled things based on zone rather than based on content, which is important because this is a Pandaria quest content in a non-Pandaria zone, Durotar. So the mob was level 35, elite. I was level 20-something, 24, I believe. So what do you think happened? And I realized very quickly that I had only a couple of options there. Literally just two. One of them was to go and try and push through this entire chain on a completely separate character who's higher level in order to do this. But then I realized that I have no character that's appropriately set up for that. So I would have to just kind of restart the entire Horde story arc and do 2 quest chains plus Dagger in the Dark scenario again just to get back to this point. Or, and this is funny that this is true in WoW, but it's true, I can do the thing that's substantially quicker and easier to do and just level a bunch. You'll notice I'm currently level 40. Because in WoW, it is literally quicker and easier to level than it is to go redo those quest chains. So we just went ahead and pushed to 40. I could have gone further, but I didn't need to. And now we're going to continue this chain. Any questions? Now, if you'll give me a moment, let me go ahead and jot this down. So Zalok is putting that towards the comedy block, Kirby block 3, and Subnautica 2. An offshore Twitch account. Oh, this would have been, like, it wouldn't be impossible for FF14. It would have just been like, you remember, maybe you were there during the Dawn Trail review, where we suddenly had to pause the stream for several days in order to go and just spend days leveling. That's what would have happened in FF14. And I should know, because that's actually what happened. I will put that towards Scribble Nuts, Henry Stickman, and Rayman Legends. Okay, so let's reread this quest, because this is actually an important question. Halt! This city's under martial law. Declare yourselves. Have I been away so long you've forgotten who I am? Thrall, we no longer answer to you. We have a new war chief now, and he has reminded us that we are strong. These are our allies. You watch over them like you're a threat. Why? You will answer to me. No, never again. Actually, no, I didn't, Blanteval. That's sort of the point I was trying to make.
Loktar, friend. What is it you wish?
Vol'jin has saved my life many times in the past. To see my own Kor'kron used against his people cuts deeper than I can put into words.
Loktar, friend.
Shut up!
What is it you wish?
The Kor'kron have been trained to be the finest, most loyal soldiers of the War Chief. Yeah, they go back to BC, actually. Thrall built the Kor'kron organization. Vol'jin and his people are as much a part of the Horde as any orc. We must break this occupation and free the trolls. It pains me to say this, but you must eliminate enough of the Kor'kron so the trolls can retake their city. I think I got these from one of the dungeons. Oh, no. I got this for doing 5 time walking. So I'm not sure what exactly the model is. At a glance, it does look like Pandaria era. Slow down, Huthor. Life is... And then someone just stabs me in the neck. So yeah, this quest is going to be a little bit easier than I want, but I wanted a little bit of coverage levels just to be sure. I was just literally one-shotting everything. Notice they literally have the Dark Spear in chains. I know that nobody else gives a damn about this, but I'm going to give this a positive because this was actually really horrifying. Like, I'm sorry. The Kor'kron, which at this point we might as well just refer to as the Gestapo, have moved in force for, oh no, it was the role quest thing. They have moved in force in order to literally enslave the Darkspear in their home. $144. Offshore Twitch account. By the way, they've also sent their warlocks down here, which is interesting. The Horde is changing. Vol'jin refused to change it, and he's poisoned his people. We will rout out dissension from these mongrels. How many of your own people must you kill so you can have your horde back? Is what he just said. It's an interesting question. Because I'll gladly kill all of these assholes in order to have my horde back. Like, I'm sorry. That's such a pointless and facetious argument, right? Like, listen, I know we're torturing and murdering and enslaving people, but you're bad because you're killing us for being torturous, murdering enslavers. No. Y'all are dead.
Loktar, friend.
Shut up! The orcs have changed. My horde has changed. Do I kill my fellow orcs until it is once again my horde? Do I have the right to force the horde to be what it once was? These are troubling times, but for now I must see to Vol'jin's people. Sons and daughters of the horde, today you stand free due to the strength of your heroes and the actions of this champion. The Kor'kron arrival heralds dark times for the horde, but know this. The horde is family, even if some of its leaders have forgotten that fact. To prove this, I shall remain with you and lend you what strength I can to your chosen leaders until Vol'jin returns. Please, do not tell Garrosh what we have done today. I must make some decisions before confronting him directly. I mean, I've referenced the events that we're about to go through many times. We are about to do a nice, clean purge of the horde. Whatever the first Cataclysm VOD was. Can't do games. It would be Gilneas. I don't know the number.
The Alliance shall prevail.
Agent Connolly has managed to infiltrate Garrosh's camp in Kunlai. He's been following their every move. Connolly requested you specifically to assist him in gathering some vital intelligence. He sent along a disguise for you? Make sure you put it on before you approach the camp. It'll no doubt be heavily guarded. He insists you'll know him when you see him. Something about a keen eye for details?
Remember,
I don't know. Go talk to
the
Fenn.
king is counting on us.
Oh my. You must be that hero everyone's been talking about. And I'm too dry today. Yep, nope, can't do anything. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The first big mistake Thrall made was calling it the Horde. Oh, how do you fly one of these things? For God's sake, you crummy piece of wackery. Work, quap. I hope not, Yura. I just noticed I have a buff called Alliance Supremacy. Sorry, still getting the hang of things around here. Your older sister Hilda told me to expect you. She won't let me go down to the excavation, so I've become something of a personal assistant and the chauffeur. We've actually come up with a lot of other ideas, Roman Cure. The Kalimdor Confederacy is something I like to think of, but ultimately I think the League is what we decided on. Ironically, the single most appropriate term he could have named the Horde is, and this is not a joke, the Alliance. Anyway, I met that SI-7 agent you brought back after retirement. Agent Conley wasn't. He's got some charm. And some nerve. His words made me blush 10 way out of Ironforge. Why not Legion? That one's a little taken. He's out in the field now, and waiting for your special. Ignore the hellscape. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, calling it the Legion would actually be worse than calling it the Horde, so I guess that would make it even worse. I'm taking you close to a Horde encampment, so best be on your guard. There's a non-zero chance we will beat Pandaria today, so yeah, I'm looking forward to hitting Warlords too. And that's with the irritations of this week. Let Conley know if Finney asked about him. Oh my god. Over here. It's me. Yep, there he is. There's Agent Connolly, that Grummel. Now that is a fascinating question, Roman Cure. Let me ask a strange question. What is the Alliance, as of Warcraft 3? You've arrived just in time. From the intel I've gathered, Garrosh is hot on the trail of some sort of ancient Mogu artifact of power. If we can figure out what he's after, we can stop him from getting it. We have to act fast to gather as much information as possible.
Good fortune to our friends.
I've managed to plant a few bugs around the camp, but there could always be more. I disguised the bugs to look like statues. They blend in perfectly with the other artifact. Your disguise should allow you to move freely amongst the camp. Just don't go near the dog and don't go near Garrosh.
May your feet find good trails.
I've noticed Garrosh on that reliquary blood elf carrying on some kind of a journal. The journal is never more important than a stone's throw away. It must be important. If you can cause enough of a distraction, maybe be able to swipe it. The axe might do the trick. Whoa, my resume has been recommended by several online recruitment companies. That's funny. I haven't actually made a resume. In about 20 years. It really was. 2004 was the last time I put together a resume. For a job I didn't get, I feel like adding. Here. That. Scooch away from the garage. Where's the... Perhaps the Mogu hid the bell for a reason, War Chief. The Divine Bell is a weapon of unquestionable power. It belongs in Horde hands. It belongs to me. Garrosh, the guy that I am. I just got a spam text saying, oh, hey, your resume was totally recommended. God damn it. Go away, you stupid dog. Yeah. Yeah. Give me it. Give me it. Got it. Wait, did I get it? I did. Okay, it was worth it. It was worth the death. Oh, that's one I've seen a few times, Valerian. Hang on. We'd like to ask a question. Do people get killed in WoW or beaten like in animes? Yes. However, plenty of people die in WoW. Oh, we've killed people in WoW.
Many greetings.
What'd you find?
Farewell.
That was a close one. I never doubted you for a minute, though. I did die.
Many farewells.
So Garrosh is looking for something called the Divine Bell. Whatever it is, it can't be good. I'll get this information back to headquarters. Excellent work. I'll be in touch soon. I did. That's a true statement. Get off. I murdered someone rather than restored her. The Kindred. The only thing I don't like about that is a meta thing. In universe that works, but out of universe, too many people look at that and think vampires. See, what Schmeidolf says is what I was trying to point out. There is no alliance as of Warcraft 3. There's the human kingdoms, which are loosely economically tied together. There's the dwarves who are doing their own thing. There's the elves who have mostly pieced out. Yeah, that's kind of it, actually. Now, there does, like, once the Scourge invade, a lot of the the non-Scourge bond together in order to fight them, and that leads to the situation of Agarithos. And they start calling that the Alliance again, more or less out of just what I can only refer to as habit. But that isn't even really a thing until Frozen Throne. Yeah, something I keep chewing on. Like, if we were forcing there to be a second faction, honestly, what I would probably do is I'd probably have the Alliance, which, or whatever we call it, which would include what we currently refer to as the Horde, along with, like, the humans, the dwarves, the elves, the night elves, etc. And then an evil faction. And again, we've got plenty to pick from. We've got the Twilight's Hammer, we've got the Scourge, and we've got the Legion. And plenty of ways you could take that. Oh, I have mail. Me friend, Garrosh tried to off me with a dagger to the throat. But I got something more powerful than assassin's poisons. I got friends. You, Chen, Stormstout, Thrall. We've been through worse. I need to low low for a while. Get me head together. Chen's taking me to the Shadowpan Monastery to heal. Meantimes, keep close to Garrosh. Keep your eyes open. Find out what he's going on. Dangerous, but I know you can handle yourself. I seen it with my own eyes.
Nothing shall stand in our way. Our orders stand.
Thrumcaw, monk. While we were busy defending our foothold here, Regent Lord Lorthamar Theron led a research expedition into Kunlai. Unfortunately, it seems they have encountered trouble. Garrosh has already departed to lend his assistance, but he will require additional reinforcements.
May our foes flee before you.
I don't want to use that. It's not that long of a trip, anyways.
What you need? Take off!
Yeah, so far the word I keep going back to is League. The Kalimdor League has a certain ring to it. And again, would almost assuredly include, the groups like Theramore and the Night Elves. League is too generic. Yes, because Alliance is the complexity that we really need in Warcraft. Good morning, Asmira Star. By the way, I am sorry I wrote Kira that you had to deal with that. Heading back to Kunlai Summit, Wicket? Last time we met, you headed there to Binan Village to see your Pandaran friend. Did you get your business done? Pact is certainly a nice one. Yeah, the term Confederation has a lot of negative connotations with it. It's pretty specifically why they called the Confederacy that in StarCraft. Remember, the Confederacy were the bad guys. In StarCraft or in real life? Yes. I saw some pretty elves heading north of here. Lots of elves. They're looking for that bell. Big, powerful bell. You looking for it too, Wicket? Is that it? Are you done talking, Tac Tac? I guess so. I love this, by the way. There's a whole bunch of blood elves just literally lying down on the ground, trying to both recover and heal. You gave us no warning about the Mogu, Warchief. These statues came to life. Was I wrong to assume blood elves can handle themselves? We could have if we'd been given warning. You threw my people to the wolves. Your weakness is not my failing, Regent. My horde has room only for those strong enough to stand in it.
Baladash, Malanore.
Do not question my loyalty. We came across an ocean to fight for you.
Silvermoon will know prosperity again.
Yes, And with your help, we will pry the secrets from this land. For the glory of the Horde. If I must pay with some elven blood, then so be it. Take care, Garrosh. You would destroy the Horde to create your perfect future. Yes, that's Gideon Emery as Lorthamar. He's actually always voiced him, but ever since here, he's voiced him. But what you're seeing is actually a more modern model of him, because spoilers, he's going to be back.
The beauty of Eversong endures.
Well met, Monk. We're an archaeological expedition sent to excavate these ruins. We had no idea the area was crawling with Mogu.
We find strength in the Horde.
We managed to fend off the Mogu Wardens and their dogs, but many of the Blood Elves from the scouting part were not as lucky. Many of my people were trapped inside the ruins to the north. We are devising a solution to break them out, but I believe there may be a more straightforward approach.
What I do for Quel'Thalas.
Come on. Before the Mogu overwhelmed our scouting party, we found relics scattered amongst the ruins to the north. I'd like you to collect some samples, but the terracotta dogs are too much for us to handle. The terracotta wardens are fearsome, but nearly as horrifying as the creatures we found at the top of the ruins. Some of our surviving scouts reported seeing some kind of Mogu spellweaver. He practices a type of magic unlike any we've ever seen. We must learn what we can from this creature. Slay him. Bring anything you can find. Lorthamar has actually grown into a hell of a politician, which makes sense. He's the leader of the Blood Elves. Think about it. Yeah, also, I'm going to spoil something for you now, because I think the added context is important. As of this exact moment in time, Lorthamar is already negotiating with the Alliance in order to send the Blood Elves to the Alliance and leave the Horde. I want you to keep that in mind as we do these quests for Lorthamar and the Blood Elves. In fact, if you're paying attention, you may or may not have noticed that the Alliance seems to have some weirdly good intel about what the Horde are doing, down to the exact camp where Garrosh was at. Remember that? I like it because you could just assume the Alliance has good intel, and, I mean, sure. But... oh yeah, I can actually zoom in a little bit and not... no, I did not, Claude. So, basic punch, basic kick, advanced kick, back to basic punch, many punches. The Horde originally had a spy network, and then they dropped that in, like, vanilla. So, no. The closest thing the Horde have is the Uncrowned, and yes, I realize what I'm saying there. Anyways, I'm kind of low level, so I don't actually have a lot of buttons on Monk right now. Probably not, play too well. All I really have is my maneuverability, which is that and this. Punch, kick, other kick, many punches. So I don't have for once I don't have a lot of buttons. Now I do have 2 cooldowns, and I have built myself around that on purpose. Why? I'll show you as soon as we kill that guy up there, because I'll hit both cooldowns there. Get some key going. Come on. Come on. Just die. There we go. So my first cooldown is I split into 3 versions of myself, all of whom do damage, and mimic my attacks. As you can see over there. My second cooldown summons Zuen, the White Tiger, who also does tons of damage. I didn't even get a chance to finish my explanation before he died. They also stick with you for a little bit. Monk Burst is pretty mean, especially if you line it up right. Again, I should mention I'm building towards that, though. As of this point, I could have another button, which is Strike of the Windlord, and not too long from now, I could have a sixth button, which is Whirling Dragon Punch. So this one's pretty simple. It costs 2 ki, does a fairly large amount of AoE damage in front of me, and has a 40-second cooldown. You can also make it so it also makes a tornado, and you can also make it so it gives you Thunder Fist, which makes it so you have charges of lightning in your fists. So when you punch, those charges go off. Whirling Dragon Punch is very fun, because Whirling Dragon Punch is a very damaging attack with a relatively short cooldown that is an AoE, and is only usable when both Fists of Fury and the Rising Sun, which is my second kick, are both on cooldown. In other words, you literally have to combo in order to make the Whirling Dragon Punch happen. You also have the ability to improve it, so it gives you a chance to activate Dance of Chi-Ji and reduce its cooldown. And you make it so it grants 4 stacks, or you make it grant 4 stacks of Teaching the Monastery. And Teaching the Monastery's damage increased by 20%. Oh, also Teaching the Monastery can now stack up to 8 times. What is Teachings of the Monastery? Your next blackout kicks strike an additional time, stacking up to 4. So in other words, this gives you 8 stacks of making your newbie kick hit as an AoE and do more damage 8 times in a row. Now, I actually did that the last time we played Monks. That's why I'm not going that route this time. This time I'm going pure cooldown and burst, just to play around a little bit. Well done. These guardians gone, we should be able to excavate the ruins safely. This leathery vellum shows a map of the northeastern Kunlai Mountains. Ancient symbols of power drawn in dark red ink radiate from the map's center. According to the Codex, the Kurune Mogu are attempting to harness the very power of the Shah. And now we know exactly why they're doing so. Well done.
The eternal sun still guides.
We Blood Elves have served the Four Horde faithfully. Lately, I wonder what we have to gain from Garrosh's leadership.
Aldiel Shalah.
Thank you for your assistance. You've helped enough for today. I will seek you a domination point if I have further need of you. Happy New Year, Giga Pudding. Such as it is. We are now almost exalted already. Jesus. There is no hope, Giga. We all know this. Let's go and reduce the cooldown of our big kick. Good morning, Pokemibo. I thought about setting my hearth here, but honestly, I don't want to lose my hearth. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. Can't you just re-hearth wherever you have it? There are some very unique hearth locations that you can only have if you never re-hearth. Mostly for, like, new characters of allied races and stuff. So no is the answer to your question.
Adversity. Our
Silverfur,
companion.
King Varian has asked that I send you after his son to Dalaran. He believes he can help negotiate with the withdrawal of the Blood Elves there. These Sun Reavers claim fealty to the Horde and represent a major threat to the war effort. Now that our very own Jaina Proudmoore is in charge of the Kirintor, it should be easy to convince her to remove this Horde threat to her city. Use the portal to go to the Purple Parlor and lend what aid you can to Anduin.
We mustn't fail.
Now, maybe you missed that, so I'm going to say that one more time. It is believed that the mere presence of a species amongst the members of a neutral faction, it constitutes a political and military threat to one of the other factions. The Alliance wants to kick Blood Elves out of Dalaran because they're Blood Elves. Just keep that in mind.
My father isn't asking you to pledge the Kirin Tor to the Alliance.
Anduin, I know exactly what he's asking. Oh, look who's arrived.
Hi.
Peace is not always the answer.
I'm glad to see you, friend. While I have learned much about diplomacy, I think Jaina is too familiar with my tactics. I can use a friendly hand in resolving this conflict.
Stay safe.
Jaina's refusing to hear me out. Father was hoping I'd have some pull with her, but I think she still sees me as a child. You, on the other hand, are a hero of the Alliance, and I know she respects her deeds. Is there something you could say to convince her we need her help?
Keep your guard up.
Question everything.
Varian sent you as well. I'm outnumbered in my own city. Let's go about this a different way. Put yourself in my shoes. Imagine you are the leader of the Kirin Tor, the most influential Archmage in Azeroth. You're a Kager. What would you do? I would commit our force to the Alliance to Kisur... No, I'd struggle to maintain neutrality. Very bold decision in times like these. Your honesty is refreshing. Tell me, leader of the Kirin Tor, what if the Horde killed your friends and your family, destroyed everything you had? Could you maintain your convictions then? I'm not sure that I could. Huh. A kindred soul. Thank you for your honesty. You seem to understand my struggle. Every day, the hard decisions, every night, the nightmares. But I have responsibility. I'm glad you see me with me on this. The king would never see it my way. Do you think we can explain it to Anduin?
Nobody dislikes Garrosh more than me. I wrestle with my anger every day. Come with me. Look around you a moment. In the aftermath of Theramore, my first instinct was to decimate Orgrimmar. To kill every man, woman, and child in the city.
Jaina.
I'm not proud. Since then, Kalikos and I have talked at length about power and how it should be used. The Kirin Tor has a legacy of abuse. Kel'Thuzad turned his knowledge of the arcane arts toward necromancy. Kael'thas Sunstrider was also a student here, another of our fold who betrayed us. Every day I ask myself, what's the right thing to do? Anduin, you know more than anyone. It's important to separate the Horde from its people. The Sun Reavers still operate within this city. Alliance and Horde work together. As long as we stay above the war, then there's hope for the world as a whole. I see our city as a beacon of light showing the way. If we can trust one another here, then there's hope for the rest of the world.
I understand. I'll talk to my father.
Thank you, Anduin.
So, remember this scene for about 20 or 30 minutes from now, okay? I'm serious. Put a pin in this.
There's work to be done here.
Thank you for your help. I hear wisdom in Jaina's words. Let's hope her faith in the Sun Reavers is justified.
Be careful.
We should discuss matters back in Krasarang. Thank you for your help. Conley here. Thanks again for your help in Kunlai. I've been keeping tabs on the Horde and a lot of stuff going down. The Blood Elves have been sent to tear apart every Mogul ruin that Garrosh can find. The result? A lot of elven corpses. I don't think they're too happy about this. Maybe we can exploit this more. I heard you've been having tea and biscuits with Jaina Predmore. She give you more bunk about the Kirin Tor being neutral. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. The real problem here is it's really easy for us to look at this and see the distinction between the Horde and Hellscream. The game has been shoving it down our throats since Kata. But nobody in character here is noticing the difference between the two.
The tip of the Horde spear, no greater honor.
This sealed communication was sent for you, along the urgent orders to travel to the Valley of Emperors. This looks serious. I'd not delay if I were you.
Hellscream's eyes are up.
That is true, Blade Tuval. And that's sort of the problem. I really like how they split this story up amongst the two sides. I do, really. But the problem is, if you don't see both sides, you quite literally see an incomplete picture. Now, this isn't deliberate, for lack of a better way to put this. This is just storytelling. Later, I will point out an instance where it's very deliberate, where they show you an incomplete story, specifically to stir up the player base. And I am going to give that a negative when we get there. Because it's pretty blatant. There was a BlizzCon even, where they got up on stage and you were like, and the Horde betrayed you at the Battle of the Broken Shore. And I remember just being like, I'm sorry, what? Big stuff shaking. I hear some pretty elves get slapped at Mogushai. Say, wasn't you there? Did you see it? The Blood Elves weren't prepared to fight Karune, Mogu. A lot of Blood Elves died, but I heard you saved many survivors. Anyway, big elf leader, Lortham something. He real mad. I was actually thinking about that, Schmeidolf. It makes perfect sense if you presume for a moment that the goal here is to try and peacefully remove the pieces from the board so they can recruit them to the Alliance, but let's not go too much into that. Anyway, he's still loyal to your war chief, but you want to do things differently. Garrosh all about strength. Lorthamar all about strategy. Yeah, he has to be. I didn't mention this earlier, but if you've been paying any attention to this lore run, remember the Blood Elves are currently, during this expansion, going to finally stop being on the back foot for the first time since Warcraft 2. They have had the absolute toss pit beaten out of them for literal decades. And remember, that was a huge narrative point in BC. It was probably one of the only real narrative points in BC that was concurrent across the whole expansion, was that the Blood Elves were getting the piss beaten out of them. By themselves, and by demons, and by the Alliance, and by the Horde, and then Wrath comes along, and then by Sylvanas. It was this non-stop thing. So, think about that. Think about how these people have lost 90% of their population. Think about the fact that they are barely holding their own. And then remember that Garrosh says that line, if I have to spill some elven blood to get this, then so be it. If you're going... Sure, Uthor. If you're going to go ahead and... let's turn of thought. If you're going to send someone out as fodder or chaff to die, you don't send out the people who are already on the point where they have low population numbers and have difficulty replenishing those people, right? Like, I hate to say that in such a callous and cruel way, but it's true. It once again also emphasizes Garrosh's severe racism. He doesn't care if elves die, because they're elves. They're already disposable to him. I mean, then again, even elves can carry a sword. Silverthorn's here again, by the way.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
Ah, good, you have come. Again, I apologize for the cryptic note, but Garrosh is increasingly distrustful of us. I do not want this operation disturbed by hasty action on his part.
We are a nation on the rise. The light of the Sunwell be with you.
Mogu are imperious, arrogant, and powerful. All characteristics that will send Garrosh into a rage when he arrives. Which is why it's critical we capture and interrogate the leaders of these Mogu before that happens.
Aldiel shall...
I'm not prepared to throw away more of our people fighting an enemy we don't know or understand. See if you can find any clues as to who these Karune are. A contingency in case this operation doesn't go as planned.
We are a nation on the rise.
First things first. If we're going to take the leader captive, we need to thin the number of his agents. Be careful. These Mogor are particularly dangerous. They appear to be manipulating the Shah in ways we haven't seen before.
Silvermoon will know prosperity again.
Alright, we can work with that. And now we have a squad again. Okay, now that I'm not in the middle of a sentence. The point I was trying to make is that it's a narrative cheat, Uthor, on behalf of the developers. And that's something that infuriates me more than most things when it comes to writing. It was so obviously, overtly slanted to make it look like the Horde had betrayed the Alliance to the demons, which is stupid in literally every single possible way. Anybody with a functioning brain would immediately be like, wait, no, that's dumb. And then the fact that they kept playing that up off camera made that worse. Now, as usual, I cannot actually give negatives for something developers say off camera, because otherwise we would have an entirely new category of negatives to give for basically every game we've ever covered. But it was salt in the wound, right, of something that already pissed me off. Yeah, the thing I can understand is Greymane believing that, because Greymane already has a hard-on for Sylvanas and nothing else. Understandably so. I mean, the man... I'm sorry, there is... You cannot convince me also about this. The man chose the absolute worst possible time to decide to go and attack Sylvanas. I know what I said, Schmeidolf, to decide to try and assassinate Sylvanas. Like, time and place, you know? Time and place. Did I seriously lose my squad? I did, holy crap. Yeah, exactly, predictable. The irony is becoming a Worgen probably actually did do a great deal for helping his temper. If you think about it. Worgen, in order for a Worgen to literally stay sane, they have to. They have to master the beast within. That's actually a thing. Like I was mentioning earlier on my Worgen when I had to find inner peace with the Pandaren, and I was like, you know, I'm probably well suited for this. Yeah, exactly. He had to discipline himself, otherwise... Well, we'll see, Uthor. And that's all I'll say about that. Like, because I'm going off of memory, and I hate to say from memory, so I'll go ahead and say from memory. The main difference is here we're seeing the same story split into two sides. And at the Broken Shore, the Horde sees everything that happens, and the Alliance only see part of what happens. That's not the same thing. That's literally specifically removing information from one side and not the other. I actually knew players who were really pissed at how the Horde completely betrayed them at the Broken Shore, and I was confused by that. Because, you know, I played Horde until I asked them about that, and they're like, have you seen it on the Alliance? And I was like, no. And then I did it on the Alliance, and it's like, oh, wow, okay. Good afternoon, J.
Made many
Palmer.
sacrifices. What I do for Quel'Thalas.
These orders indicate that the Kuranai have been called out of hiding in light of the resurrection of the Thunder King.
The light of the Sunwell be with you.
Good. There's quite a bit to pour through here. I'll have the Reliquary investigate these. Surely we can use them to discern more of the secrets of the Kuranai.
We find strength in the Horde.
Time to make our move. Go to the Tomb of Shadows. Weaken him. Take him captive. I'll stay here in case Garrosh arrives. He must be delayed so that we can take our prize before he destroys it in his anger. Hurry.
The light of the Sunwell be with you.
Whoop! Okay, I'm probably about to die. Yep, no, this is gonna go badly. This is gonna go badly. Doop, 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 doop. Either way, the nicest thing I could say about the clearly slanted bullcrap they pulled at the Broken Shore is that I might not give it a negative, because the game might not deserve that. There is 100% no denying that the developers were trying really hard to stoke the HVA crap again. And if we're being honest, it's probably because they were trying to hype up for BFA. Is he gonna come down here and actually fight me, boy? Oh, that would be interesting, Landfall. I like it. Let's do it. Wait, hang on. Is it actually interesting story on both sides? That's kind of important. Aw, see you around, Valerian. We never saw Valerian again. Fools, I control what makes you fight. Fear, anger, doubt are my weapons. Ugh! Pathetic. You and your Mogu are nothing to the might of the Horde. Now, if you value your life, scum, you'll tell me what I need to know. Where is the Divine Bell? You young race is so impatient and petulant. You can't even control yourself, your own fear and rage. How could you hope to control the bell? Fine, you've made your choice, Mogu. Now you die. Garrosh, stay your hand. I'm totally loyal. Is the only way to find the bell. We will make him talk. Give us time. Very well. He's yours, elf. Yeah, elf! I mean, I've said it before. I like that idea, Blake Duvall. But elf... What? Disrespect me again, and I'll have your head on a pike outside the gates of Orgrimmar. Just straight up threatening his own people. That was interesting. Let's go meet Lorthamar. See around the Giga. You know, I mentioned that one of the biggest things I didn't like Circa Legion was the player base. A lot of that was because of the vocal minority. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry, a little bit of visual storytelling. Notice the piles and piles of corpses? The path that Garrosh took down here. Yeah.
The rebuilding continues.
We managed to capture our quarry. In truth, I'm not sure what our next move should be. I'll contact our allies, see if they have any ideas. I don't know our arcane talents are going to pry the secrets out of a Mogu captive.
We are a nation on the rise.
Make preparation to move the prisoner to the Vale. We'll be handling him over to Hellscream once he's had time to cool off. By the way, I love that little tidbit there. I really do. We need to talk to our allies. He actually says it so overtly right there. But it's such a natural statement, right? I'm going to aim and type for a second. Listen, Huthor. If your horde forgets honor again, we shall end you. Actually, no, I don't. Like, fear and troops keeping you in line only works so far. We literally saw parts of that with the Darkspear. So it makes sense that some of the trolls would at least still be functional members of the Horde, because their families and home are quite literally being held hostage. But we fixed that. We in Thrall fixed that not too long ago. So... what I would have probably done is restructured this whole story arc a little bit differently. Part of the problem is it feels like they wanted to have their cake and eat it too, and sometimes that can work out really well. But I don't think it does here, if I could talk this out for a minute. As you've been seeing, most of the Horde quests are mostly just following Garrosh and what he's doing, which isn't really the Horde at this point, is it? Most of the Alliance quests are following Garrosh and what he's doing. So, okay. What I would have liked more is if we focus on the other stuff we've been doing. On the Alliance, we've been trying to maneuver and renegotiate with our neutral allies, and on the Horde, we've been freeing the members of the Horde from Hellscream's forces, right? Oh, it's going to get worse in BFA, Blateville. So, what I would have liked it is if they just ejected most of this Divine Bell story arc, which is dumb to begin with, and I'm just going to spoil this, goes nowhere, and instead focused on these stories being entirely about the good story. Freeing the Horde from Hellscream on the Horde side, and gathering allies against Hellscream on the Alliance side. Yeah, build the rebellion. But no, instead that would be 5.3. Ha ha ha.
Good to see you, friend.
The Explorers League sent an expedition north some days ago. We haven't heard from them since, and I'd sleep better at night knowing our folks aren't in some kind of trouble. Last I heard, Bronzebeard was heading towards Moguja and the Kunlai. Report to him. Find more information. Or whatever it is I just read. What did he actually say? Find him and report back. Find him and report back what their status. Okay, that is what he said. You'll notice that is kind of what's going on here anyways. I agree with you, Blade Duval. Part of the reason I tend to think so positively about the story arc we're currently in the middle of is that it was a very finally moment for me and my friends back when we were going through this for the first time. However, this is a review, and I do agree with you that, frankly, this is too long in coming. This story arc should have started back in Kata. Frankly, it arguably did start back in Kata. But they didn't go anywhere with it. And then most of the Central Pandaria launch arc was about the Shah, right? So, you know, hey. Anyways, let me finish typing my thoughts and I'll read what she's saying out loud here. That and the Twilight Highlands, J. Palmer, are the two big ones. Okay, we meet again. I trust all's well and good. Have you heard the buzz that's been going around? I heard the Hordes found this ancient Mogu artifact, something called the Divine Bell. That bell is capable of turning a normal army into killing machines. No one knows where the artifact's hidden, but the Horde's doing anything they can to get their hands on it first. The Werra is hot on the trail of that bell. I'll be a snot-nosed ninny if we don't beat him to the punch. I can't do much since I'm just hailed as assistant, but you can. Hope you can find out what they're up to. Hope Judo Joker can stop giving me money. Stop giving me money, Judo Joker. Why would you do this to me? Go wreck those Hellscreams. I mean, Horde. Because what's the difference, right? Sorry. That was another thing that pissed me off for literal years. It really aggravated me that people kept associating me with Hellscream. Super Lesbian Animal RPG, Batman Arkham Asylum, and Halo. Thank you very, very much, Judo Joker. Always appreciate you.
The answers are here. I can feel it.
Oh, these artifacts must be several thousand years old. Have you ever seen the like? Yes. In Ulduar. And in Oldham. With you.
The truth is out there.
Hello there. You ever seen any of those statues like these? Fascinating. I was scouting up the ruins there and I spotted these. Something interesting on the highest rise. Oh. I think I'm offset. I think I am offset. I think I need to do another Alliance quest after this one. Sorry, these aren't exactly one-to-one, so I think I'm ahead one step on the Horde. The Explorers League is here to excavate the ruins, and it's my job to protect them. When we arrived, we found this place crawling with Blood Elves. Apparently the Horde are just as interested in the Mogu as we are. This gives us quite an opportunity to thin their numbers.
Good luck, friend.
Go kill some Blood Elves. No, seriously, that's actually exactly what it just said. Slay any Blood Elves you find in the ruins. So, time to kill some Blood Elves. Like you do. Can't remember what class I'm playing now. I see the issue. Okay. Wasn't it worse than the Blood Elves? You know, I know we've talked about this before, but a lot of the races are kind of on the back foot here. No, you are absolutely correct, Blade Tafal. And that the problem there is the only reason that is a thing is because of bad writing. There were just too many people who are still pushing for the factional conflict. And to be very blunt, rather than doing anything interesting or nuanced or, you know, good, they decided to just make most of the Horde totally cool with Sylvanas. I mean, Garrosh. And just all be evil. So that way the Alliance would have an excuse to fight them, because, as Huthor so accurately pointed out earlier, Blizzard has been allergic to giving the Alliance actual content for decades. In fact, technically forever. They've never actually given the Alliance anything really meaty. Because by the time the story really starts actually codifying and being damned good, the Alliance and the Horde don't exist anymore. That's circa Dragonflight, to be very clear. In Warlords, there functionally is no Alliance or Horde, just like in Shadowlands, and arguably in Legion. The only real HVA from this point onwards is going to be in BFA. By the way, I've been asked to explain those acronyms because I use them constantly. I do apologize. See what I mean? We've already killed this guy in the Horde. BFA stands for Battle for Azeroth. That's the expansion after Legion. HVA stands for Horde versus Alliance. I use the term as a derogatory, specifically, because, again, and I've talked this out 1,000 times, but the Horde and the Alliance being in competition with each other does not bother me. The problem is the HVA, which is cheap, boring nonsense, right? It's just taking really bare-bones approach to trying to force the two sides to fight each other for no good reason.
What brings you here?
And no, the BFA was the end of the HVA. Completely. And that is still true as of now. As of this moment. Ugh.
Be careful.
Well done, Rogue. I knew you could get the job done. Yep, I murdered those Blood Elves. Those Blood Elves were actively researching the Mogu. It's clear Garrosh is searching for artifacts of power. Yeah, no, we're behind a step. Run, look at this claw. I have a creeping suspicion those Mogu are meddling with dark magic. Hear ya, Hilda. Mogu mixing it up with... Shaw, I don't like that one bit. We better bring that evidence back to the king. So I've spit a lot of venom at BFA, but that's not about its quality, which we'll debate when we get there. It's the point of a review, after all. But I do have to admit, in the back of my mind, I have a lot of sympathy for the creators of the BFA, because it was a very, 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 very troubled time at Blizzard when they were making BFA, and it was what we kind. It was bad. I can't even summarize it because so much crap was happening at the time, right? People getting fired because they needed to be fired because they were horrible human beings. The legal battle that had finally started bringing a lot of the events that had been happening under the hood to light. People becoming more aware of Bobby Kotick and his influence on the company. The lawsuit was actually right after this, because remember, BFA was in production before then. But things were starting to fall apart before then. It's also worth noting the production of BFA was still dealing with the fallout from Titan. Trust me, we're going to keep talking about that pretty much until BFA, because Titan is just, it's the plague that keeps on plaguing.
This land tests us, friend.
Here we go. Just the rogue I was looking for. I have an urgent letter for young Prince Anduin. He's playing host to his father and several other Alliance dignitaries. According to his most recent correspondence, something bad is happening at the city. Okay.
The soldier's duty is never done.
Yeah, Shadowlands was out when the lawsuit became public. So think about that for a second. You know, honestly, I think it is, Miristar, because a lot of the story arc in Shadowlands was being developed when they were canning a lot of the people who needed to be fired, which led to the people who were left with the pieces trying to be like, So they tied up Shadowlands as neatly as it was possible for them to do. And then they were like, okay, chunk, let's reset, and that's Dragonflight. Frickin' Titan. I'm supposed to get you to the Shrine of the Seven Stars. The young Prince Anduin's been asking after you. After the excavation trip, the Explorers League brought their findings back to the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. They've been studying the relics that the Blood Elves were stealing. Stealing? What? I'm not supposed to say anything about this, but you've got a face that sounds like you got a good old dwarven stout. Wait, I have a face that says I like a good dwarven stout. Hang on, that's a long answer, so give me a minute, Blade Taval. These Mogul belong to a tribe called the Karune. From the looks of it, the Karune were loyal to the Thunder King thousands of years ago, before the Pandorans came to rule this land. They worked from the shadows, and get this, they managed to master the Shaw. If the Karune were capable of such a feat, ain't no wonder Garrosh is after their knowledge. Imagine what would happen if that naughty plated axe bludgeoner Garrosh could manipulate the Shaw. Makes me shudder to even think. Don't worry, I don't even think he can actually manipulate his axe, never mind the Shaw. What is that quest?
I am honored.
Oh! That's Throne of Thunder. Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Made it, I think. Yep, I did. Hang on, I'm trapped. Hang on. I got this. Okay, maybe I don't got this. Oh, jeez. Okay, Uh-huh. This is a new problem. Yeah, Dragonflight was a very...
Hey there.
I'm running into line of sight issues, which is really irritating, actually.
Tell me of your travels.
Well, since I am suddenly interrupted, Blade, well, let's talk about Titan. Yes, Dragonflight's about legacy, but also about... I don't know how to put it into words. Dragonflight, yeah, family. That's a good one. I like that. We'll call it family. Because there's a lot of the family theme there. Not just from the obvious source of the dragons, but from everyone. Like, there's a lot of helping people and coming to grips with things. I almost want to say the beginnings of the trauma theme, but really, the trauma theme, that's War Within. War Within is... Well, actually, what I would say is War Within is about mental health, if I'm being very blunt about it. How we deal with things and how we cope with things. It's telling that the main villain so far of War Within is someone we can't beat the crap out of. Speaking of which, really quick, I gotta share something. So, last night, my niece and I were just playing. My nieces and I were playing. And the middle niece says, okay, so obviously the cops are bad guys, but we've got to defeat them. And I'm like, wait, why are we defeating them? It's like, we have to make them good guys. I was like, wait, what do you mean? Well, the way that you make someone good is you beat them up first. Then they can be good guys. I'm just sitting there like, what have you been watching, kiddo? I mean, she's not wrong.
We're far from home, friend.
Well, Matt Rogue, we have much work to do.
I will see you soon.
I can't believe this has happened. After all we've been through on Pandaria, our people will never learn from their past mistakes. Brand's expedition returned from the Mogujan, bearing a sample of Shah for study. I had my reservations about this endeavor in the first place, and my worst fears have realized. The Shah have escaped containment. Laura Shock. I do not need to explain the horror about bringing the Shah into the heart of the Vale. We must dispel any Shah we find quickly.
Hello.
See? We beat her up and she's good. She was right. Thank you for saving me from that nightmare. Is that a chunk of bone sticking out of you? I did pick up that talent. So, yeah, that is a chunk of bone sticking out of her sternum. She knew! She knew. Yep, let me just shove this bone spike into your face here. There you go. It's so obvious when they go back to friendly after I do it, too. Sure thing, Asmira Star. Wonk! Anyways. Titan. So while I'm doing this quest... okay. Titan was intended to be the big one. The giant... You know, okay, we've successfully made WoW. It's been incredibly financially successful. We've made our mark on history forever. We're totally going to make the real MMO now. Because WoW was always an accident, right? WoW stumbled its way to victory across most of its existence. Up to and including now, even. So this time we're going to plan it out. We're going to do it properly. It's going to be great. And then they poured years and years of time and effort and money into making this WoW 2. And everything went wrong. And I want to stress that when I say everything, I am not really speaking facetiously. It was going to be a whole new setting. I call it WoW 2, but it was supposed to be the WoW replacer. Like, they were going to shelve, put WoW into maintenance mode and then move on to fully supporting Titan. I've mentioned this anecdote before. Metzen literally went to the hospital over Titan. because of the sheer working hours and stress and everything that was just going through dealing with it. Oh, hello, Greymane. And Tyrande. And Nobundo, for some weird reason. And Proudmoore. Hi.
The line of Stormwind's kings has been restored.
I see that you and my son have been hard at work. Thank you for taking the initiative to aid our cause in the Vale.
Never again will our kingdom be deceived.
I see. So it was this Shaw that caused such violent behavior in our troops. Yes, Father. I encountered Shaw energy in my travels. At its full power, it's terrible to behold. We Alliance have rallied to defeat many enemies, my son. The Shaw will fall to us just like any other. This isn't the same. The Shaw cannot be defeated. Actually, it can. It feeds on our innermost weaknesses, twists our thoughts. Don't underestimate it. By the light. Is that a Shaw? Yes, don't go near it. I sense great darkness coming from this. Destroy it now! I agree. Only suffering can come of such a creature. Your Highness, we should study it and weaponize it! The Horde already outnumber us. We need every possible advantage. It wouldn't hurt to study it, though. I don't care much about the way it's looking at me. Yes, very interesting. Maybe I could distill it into a new power source. Oh, he looks different here. Garrosh is using every weapon he can lay his hands on. Shouldn't we level the playing field? What do you think, Anduin? Garrosh's example is not one I care to follow. The Alliance should make its own decisions. The right decisions. It is true it may be possible to someday harness the Shaw into a weapon. But we risk destroying our own people in the process, and that's not a price I'm willing to pay. Well said, son. This power is too dangerous. I will have none of it. Varian, Platoville. Silverfur, thank you for helping me today. I knew we could convince my father of the right course. Please go back to your other duties now. I like how even Tyrande look at the Shaw, and she's like, no, I'm good. It was Rogers who was the one who was pushing for weaponizing the Shaw. You know, one of the most warmongering jackasses we have in the Alliance. The only one worse than her is the frickin' dwarf, and honestly, he's probably not worse because he only gets to be a warmongering jackass twice. She gets to be a warmongering jackass 3 times. In multiple expansions. Do I blame her? Yes! Sorry. Yeah, I noticed Greymane didn't say anything there. Which is sad, because of all people, Greymane should probably have been like, no, let's not do that. Or worse, he would have been in favor of it, because we can master our emotions, so can you. We got this. I don't know. It's hard to see which way he would swing. Especially in this era. He was arguably not a character yet, though. Like, really, Greymane doesn't do much outside of Gilneas until Legion. What you been hearing? Bane wrote to say Garrosh is capturing Mogu, using some sort of energy that Pandaren called a Shah. There ain't no power he won't abuse. Bane says he's gonna stay close to him. Garrosh probably don't trust Titaran, but he trusts you. Keep Bane out of trouble for me. We gonna need him. It's not a plot hole, I swear, Blade Jamal. Just, I'm avoiding answering it because I'm trying not to spoil too much.
Blood and thunder.
Ah, we meet again. I have heard some wondrous news. High Chieftain Bane Bloodhoof of the Tarn has arrived here. He meets with War Chief Garrosh Hellscream and Regent Lord Lorthamar at the Shrine of Two Moons. He sent me a strange request. Send him a loyal champion capable of combat and discretion. I can think of none better than you.
Come what may,
I'm a monk, dude. I am a Tauren monk.
How's it juking?
I agree with something Huthor mentioned. There's this really awful thing that most of the WoW writers did not know how to write women in this era of writing. Like, at all. So, the way this worked at Live was these quests were unlocked by rep. Now, back in the day, you didn't get several thousand rep per quest. Instead, you got, like, 100. So what would happen is you'd go, you'd do one of these story quests, and then you'd go grind the dailies for a while until you got to the next marker, and then you got another one. So there was no time gating, technically. If you somehow have the rep, you could just do everything back to back, like we are doing. So, how'd your trip to the Valley of Embers go, Wicket? It's cold up there, and dangerous. Too many Mogu. Ugh. Only our foolish mountain hosen cousins live up there. They so ookin' stupid. I heard you found something, or someone. Caught one of those Mogu, didn't you? Maybe Nasty Mogu tell you where to find the bell. Tech also hear Mogu using dark magic. Hosen call it Ick. You call it Shaw, but Ick, so much better name. You know what? I agree. Show of hands, how many of you want to rename the Shaw Ick? Anyways, those crazy Mogu using Ick Juju. Even foolish Hosen know Ick is worse than anything. Don't eat Duke, don't touch Ick. Words to live by. Yep, no, okay, we're synced again. Because now you notice we're about to do a quest that's pretty much identical to the quest we just did. I went to the wrong side, because I just did this on the other side. Yep, don't summon demons, don't eat Duke, and don't touch Ick. Actually, emotional creatures of negative energy that respond to negative emotions and make you worse as a consequence. Screwing with your brain. That sounds a lot like demons, doesn't it?
How may I aid you?
Hi, Bane. If General Nazgrim sends you, I trust you're capable of discretion. When I arrived here, I found Garrosh experimenting with some ancient power he found. Oh yeah, by the way, there's Malkarok. I'm going to keep pointing him out. When I arrived, he believes this Shaw can strengthen our soldiers. Unfortunately, so far the results have been quite the opposite. They are erupting into random violence. Go interrogate them. If they threaten you, be prepared to defend yourself.
We serve as caretakers of this world.
There's Silverthorn. Can I help you? Ikshaw. And then that way you can shorten it to Ick or Shaw, depending on your preference. Meanwhile, we continue to recruit people to good by beating the crap out of them. She really was onto something. No, the coloration is clear. Like, it's that black and white swirl you literally just saw on the screen just there. Also, I hate to keep pointing this out, but I will continue to point out that these are all orcs. We've actually talked about this before. It's entirely possible that after the events of Pandaria, the orcs went from being the majority population of the Horde to the minority. We kill a lot of orcs in this game.
You will serve the Horde, or be crushed beneath it!
You bested my defenders. Finally, someone who could control his hatred and violence. I need more men like you. Garrosh, do you truly believe the Shah can be controlled? Have you seen what it's done to our men? Hold your tongue, Blood Elf. You dare question our war chief's judgment. Calm yourself, Ishi. The Lord Regent may speak his mind. The Shah can be a powerful tool. The Mogu may have once harnessed its power into the Divine Bell, and look at the glorious empire they built in its wake. But their empire fell, perhaps to the Shah, perhaps to Pandaran, perhaps to their own pride. Did the Scourge beat all the courage from your people, Blood Elf? We're the Horde! Where there is power, we seize it! My Horde has no place for the weak. As you say, War Chief. Oh yeah, by the way, real quick. We've been mentioning this guy a few times. I'm just going to tell you this right now. We don't really know who he is. He is not seen after this. I have this really strong impression that Silverthorn here was a plot thread that they forgot about or left dangling. Or just decided to abandon. We'll talk more about that in the future, but that's going to come up, so that's why I wanted to mention that. Yeah, he's actually mentioned very, very briefly in War Crimes, and then that's it. He just stops existing. Now, that would be an interesting story arc. They'd never do it. They're far too in love with the concept of the status quo. It wouldn't be interesting. Wait, I'm an idiot. This actually goes up here. If, like, there was a post-Pandaria Orgrimmar, which was now occupied by Alliance troops. Oh, that's hysterical, Luthor. I hope they're losing so much money right now. And that someone, finds them in real life and shoots him in the face. That's unrelated, but, bonus points. Oh, I know, Esmeralda Star. It'd be great.
Good to see you, friend.
Glory to the Alliance! We are making gains against the Horde in the Crestring Wilds. While we hold the frontier, we need your help to fight a different battle. One that strikes at our heart. SI-7 Agent Connolly has sent word that a Horde vanguard is moving up the northern reaches of Kun Lai. Go without delay.
The Alliance must prevail.
Okay. That would be an interesting bit of anti-bot tech if it was deliberate. Any player would look at that and be like, oh, okay. But a bot would be like, must loot, must loot, must loot. Unfortunately, it's too easy to program around. All you have to do is build in a failure state loop. I forget what that's called, but like, if this fails 3 times in a row, move on to the next node. So it wouldn't even work. Sigh. Oh, Lord, Uthor. Dare I ask? Good morning, Ross. Howdy, how are you today? After I dropped you off last time, I heard there was some kind of shawl inflicted on our soldiers at the shrine. If you and Prince Anduin hadn't been there, we could all be turning on each other, letting our anger get the best of us. Also heard King Varian swore he would never use the shawl for no good. Maybe Varian ain't such a sour grape after all. Good to see our king show some heart. Anyway, Agent Conley sent me word to bring you to him in Kunlai. Sounds like the Horde are close to finding the location of the Divine Bell. I don't care about the Divine Bell. Nobody cares about the Divine Bell. It's such a stupid story arc. Sorry. You'd better meet up with him in the field. See what Garrosh is up to. Do I have to? Who's the worst leader, Varian or Garrosh? Let's see. The more or less literal Bond villain with an IQ of 3. Or Varian. Yeah, the biggest consequence of this story arc in terms of... of the Divine Bell, because there's plenty of other consequences. The biggest consequence of the Divine Bell is that Anduin is going to be recovering with Raytheon in a quest arc that doesn't exist anymore.
How are you?
I love the Dwarven voice coming out of that. About time, laddie. I've been waiting for you to show up. These Pandaren are good people, but can't mix a martini for nothing.
Be good.
Garrosh is hell-bent on finding that Divine Bell. Wouldn't be surprised if he tore Kunlai apart to find it. He's called a gathering at Garishar, just to the north. I need you to monitor the retreat minutes so you have to infiltrate their camp. Sure.
Off with you.
You know what? Yeah, he's a Bond henchman who happens to be in charge. Some of you who've paid any attention to me before know that I've spent a fairly large amount of time talking about the concept of a third faction. And being mocked for that opinion for years. But I stand by it completely. Because one of the big things that I was actually down for the idea of is using Garrosh and his people as an excuse to branch off into a third faction, right? The idea here was actually kind of the inverse of what I originally wanted. In other words, rather than making the third faction being the have-a-brains, make the third faction the bad guys. Make an honest-to-goodness evil faction. Yeah, exactly, Blade Duval. Really allow the players who want to play the bad guys the opportunity to do so. There were people on both the Alliance and the Horde who would perfectly fit such a thing. At this point in time, you couldn't just pick something like the Legion or the Scourge or the Twilight, because we kind of killed most of those. But doing it with the Warmongers, well... And I mean, Garrosh, let's be clear, is just straight evil. Like, there's no subtlety there. If you disrespect me again, I will impale your head on a spike. That's not... There's no... No. You look good. I know this Corkin wouldn't be a problem for you. Couldn't have done better myself. Now comes the real challenge. Head to the center of camp and see what you can overhear. Sure. Then put on my orc disguise. No one will ever be able to tell that I'm... That's actually a really good disguise! Jesus! Even my skin... Like, I lost my white fur... And I turned into a freaking green... Okay. I'm losing patience. Tell me where I can find the Divine Bell. Kill me if you must, but I all know allegiance to you, your horde. The only master I serve is the Thunder King. Ishi, draw your blade. A few carefully delivered cuts will change his mind. Garrosh, please, or maybe another way, one that requires no bloodshed. Speak, then. Let us use persuasion, not force. I have a cask of Pandaren memory wine. It'll allow us to see into Shan Kin's past. Okay. You know, that's fair, Bladeville. There's a reason why so many evil people are just Sith. It's pretty easy to write Sith. Like, the Brotherhood of Nod, they're Sith. The Drow, they're Sith.
Are the preparations complete?
Suddenly voice acting.
Yes, Warlord. The traps are set. The Divine Bell will be safe within this crypt, ready for the day that the Thunder King returns. We have but to evacuate the workers and the rest of our warriors. There is no time. The Shadowpan trackers are too close. They cannot learn the location of the bell. Very well then. May the ghosts of our brothers guard this place for all eternity. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. And neither of our two will yours.
See what I mean? Sith. Wait, I can talk to Bane.
The Torrens stand proud.
I have heard rumblings from my brothers here on Pandaria, dark rumblings of dissent. I have come myself to support the Horde's efforts, but also to make sure things don't get too far out of hand.
For the Horde, always.
Here on Pandaria, I see a land the Horde deserves. We will take it for our own. If anyone stands in our way, Mogu or Alliance, we will raze them to the ground. Yeah, they don't talk about this as much as they probably should, but one of Garrosh's, motives here... Pandaria is the most prosperous land on the planet. Now, it's artificially prosperous, but that doesn't change the fact that it's prosperous. Of course Garrosh wants it.
Talk to me.
Back so fast, rookie. What'd you learn?
Watch your back.
What? You saw where the Mogul hid the Divine Bill? I'll alert Lion's Landing immediately. We gotta tell the thing... Get this thing before Garrosh. We'll contact you as soon as we find it. Oh, not only would Garrosh ruin it, he might permanently ruin it. I've already talked about this and showcased this, but remember, the source of Pandara's prosperity, really, is that freaking Titan device? Installation? We'll go with installation. The one pouring arcane-blessed waters into the Valley of the Four Winds, and a few other places as well. Enriched waters, enriched soil, enriched animals, enriched crops. Can that thing be moved? No. Most of that mountain behind me is the installation in question. We can do a lot of things in this setting, but moving an entire mountain is probably beyond us. Now, exporting the water, now that's a thought. I know, right, Udor? I mean, the Titans have never been the good guys. They are the Order guys. There is a difference.
For the Horde.
If I can quote something here... give me a second, I think I have it right here. Because I think I kept it. Yep, I did. You're gonna make fun of me for this, and I don't give a damn. But if I could quote My Little Pony for a second. Hem. You don't understand, Princess. I'm not evil. I'm chaotic. Not the same thing. I oppose order, not good. Order is good. It provides protection, unity, harmony. That's why the elements of harmony were able to bind you. Order can be good when wielded correctly. And then the scene moves on. But I have kept this image around for a long time because that is a great exchange right there.
Fear nothing.
The war chief has instructed me to dispatch you to Silvermoon. He grows impatient with the progress of Lorthamar's research and feels they might benefit from your unique experiences with the Mogul. Go to Silvermoon and demand that Lorthamar increase the speed of his research.
Hellscream's eyes are...
You can do that? You can just say, hey, research faster? Is that a thing? Anyways, hi, I'm here to, you know... Discord can be evil. But he's not inherently evil.
I greet you on behalf of Silvermoon.
The war chief demands progress. His impatience is growing more destructive with each command. As it stands, we could use your expertise.
We find strength in the Horde.
We are trying to uncover the secrets of one of the Mogul artifacts Garrosh insisted we investigate. It's proving most difficult, as anyone who probes it magically is greatly affected by raw negative emotions. I called in the assistance of the Archmage Aethys of the Sunreavers in the hope he and Romoth could crack this puzzle. And they asked for you specifically. Apparently you have some relevant experience. Yeah, sure.
I do.
I have killed several... Canonically, I've killed several Prime Shaw at this point. Oh, I noticed that, Brigman. Go do this for me. No, your description of Hellscream's forces is extremely apt. They are locusts. They cannot produce, they cannot construct. They cannot build or design or create. All they can do is consume. This is not me being hyperbolic. The game itself calls Garrosh a marauder, because he is. Or a Viking. Yeah. Oh, wait. Or a pirate. That's a good word for him. Okay. What do we got going on down here? By the way, it looks familiar, this spot.
Do not squander resources.
Jaina Proudmoore now sits as head of the Kirin Tor and rules Dalaran. That puts the Citadel square in the hands of the Alliance, no matter how much Aethys brags about neutrality. This young upstart may have forgotten, but the Alliance tried to imprison and massacre our people during the Third War, so forgive me if I don't share his faith in their neutrality. I mean, functionally, Hellscream is a bandit lord. He just happens to have a really big army at his back. The Karune device is similar to the Fel crystals we once used to enslave demonic energies. A demon, or angry spirit, or elemental manifestation or emotion, the principle is relatively the same. We need to see how intact the entity stored within the artifact is, however. Since you have experience with the Mogul, would you be so kind as to do the honors?
Respect our customs.
Silvermoon has been allied with Dalaran for over 2,000 years. It's not a friendship we should toss aside at the whim of our esteemed Garrosh. Oh, you hear about the artifact. No, I'd much rather talk about the politics of the Mage State and the Blood Elves and the Sunreavers and the Horde and the Alliance. But no, by all means, let's talk about this stupid artifact. Lorthamar wants a status update, or is it his master Garrosh? You should tell them both this experiment is a waste of time. The Mogul drew power by enslaving the living essence of other creatures. Is this something your war chief should be dabbling in? This is the same road Kael'thas Sunstrider once walked and nearly destroyed our people. Why are we taking orders from someone who would have us walk down this road again?
It is important we use our power wisely.
Hi, Aethys' new voice actor. Yep, just gonna do my thing here. Don't mind me. Okay, okay, popping some buttons, popping some buttons. Yeah, let's unleash a Shaw in Silver Moon. This is a great idea. You're lucky I was here. I know you specifically brought me here for this, but Jesus, people. It's been an age of the world or more since I felt even a fraction of that emotion. Romoth, I don't know what came over me. It seemed this Shaw energy is more powerful than I previously thought. Oh yeah, by the way, did you notice this voice actor?
All that I worked for. Gone. May we next meet under better circumstances.
Yeah, that's Nathanos' voice actor. If there is one thing I like about Nathanos, it is his freaking voice actor. He is really good. We've actually already heard him before as, God, I don't remember who, actually. Oh, God. Gandling. Darkmaster Gandling. Where's the turn-in? Where's the quest turn-in?
The Sun Reapers will defend what remains.
For Quell Thalas.
No, I know exactly what happened. And I'm irritable about it. Again. This is the second time in this quest chain I've run into a thing where I didn't do a step that was considered mandatory, and that screwed me over. So we're just going to abandon the quest. You see, I couldn't just walk into the room. I had to talk to the entity saying, hey, they're in here, in order to gain progress for the fact that I walked into the room that I just walked into. You know, like I had to use that portal to go to Stormwind. I couldn't just go to Stormwind. Same thing.
The beauty of Eversong endures.
I do not remember having these issues back in the day, so I'm wondering how much of this is Pandaria Remix and how much of this is just spaghetti code that's unraveling. Because, yeah, none of this was an issue. That's a good point, though. This isn't in Pandaria, so it actually makes sense that they mandate it like this. Oh, who knows, Triaxia? Who knows? Anyways. Hi. Okay. Now that I have talked to the guy...
For Dalaran.
I am rather busy.
All that I worked for. Gone.
Take two. I'm going to blow cooldowns immediately this time. Okay, I'm going to get out of the way, or I'm just going to get hit by that. That holds cool. There we go. Hi, Lorthamar.
The rebuilding continues.
This reckless use of my people by Garrosh is becoming intolerable. If you had not been here to assist, I dread to think what would have happened. Yeah, this would have been bad.
Champion, may I have a word with you? In private?
Why, yes, I'd like you to be awesome.
You are a hero of the Horde. Your deeds in Northrend and during the Cataclysm are the stuff of legend. For this reason, I trust in your discretion. I am a ranger, not a politician, but like it or not, the mantle of leadership has fallen on my shoulders. My people, who have have suffered through so many challenges and betrayals, look to me to secure their future. We Sindori were driven to the Horde by the bigotry and distrust of the Alliance. Now, I look at our war chief, and I begin to see the very same racism. He is willing to throw away our lives for his agenda. Know this, I won't stand idle if the Horde interests conflict with those of my people. I may reconsider old alliances. Keep your eyes open, champion. We are all in this together. For now.
Also, and I do think this is funny, old alliances, he capitalized the A there. Good morning, Evo. Lol, Luthor. Alright, Eva, I don't remember if you've seen it, but rate my Mog. What do you think? Maybe even get the flappy shoulder things, which I actually really like. We need a red one!
Adversity.
It's time for a boldest move yet. Since you acquired intel on the location of the Divine Bell, we've amassed a top team to excavate the artifact without delay. Join them at once. Use whatever skills you have to make the endeavor a success. Don't fail, Rogue.
Soldiers do.
Or I will horribly murder you. Terribly, in screaming, agonizing pain. Sorry. I forgot I was not the Horde for a second. Yes, it's like, you know. No. Aw. Sad Sid noises. Oh, stretch. Ah. This is probably the only thing I don't like about the entire arc. In fact, you know what? I'm going to give it a negative. Normally I don't, but like, these stupid flights are irritating. I get why they do them, and I do them because they give us dialogue. But God dang it, it's so slow! We are basically guaranteed to beat Pandaria today. What we're doing right now is the longest chunk of content in terms of sheer time in all the content that's left. Throne of Thunder is going to be like 3 scenarios we're basically going to do back-to-back. And then we're going to smash the raid in half. Then I'm going to talk about the content that was removed from the game, showcase the Timeless Isle for like 5 seconds, and then we're going to do Siege, and that's the finale. Hopefully I will finish early enough that I'll have time to do a proper audit. Because, yeah. Not for the first time, I wish trailers were in-game so I could review them. Speaking of which, let me make sure that this is set up correctly while we're here, since I got nothing else going on right now. Not quite. Let's go ahead and scooch this over here. And do that. There we go. Good to go. Oh, we got no time to lose. We've been looking over Kunlai for a place that matches what we saw in the Mogul's memory. We finally found the Karune's hiding place. If we don't get that Divine Bell first, that lizard-livered, nut-brained Garrosh will. I don't fancy fighting a Horde that commands the power of the bleeping Shaw. Lady, I hate to break this to you, the Horde has access to way worse than the Shaw. Commander Skyglave's already working with a team of Explorers League archaeologists at the dig site. We're sending out our best, and that means you. Wow. Oops, sorry. How many expansions have the cut content removed? So Warlords is going to have it. Yeah, Pandaria is actually the worst by a pretty decent margin. But Warlords is going to have it. I think that's it? Correct me here if I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. There's the BFA thing, but that's actually still there, so...
How may I help?
And we know both Legion things are still there.
Farewell.
There's no telling what lies below, so I'll lead the scouting party myself. If your report was correct, then the Karune Mogu hid the Divine Bell in the rooms below our very feet. I have a feeling they would not have left it unguarded. I could use a capable rogue to watch my back.
Goddess watch over you.
Don't worry.
Stay vigilant here.
Oh my god, voice acting.
This place has been sealed for centuries. Who knows what we will encounter within?
Warlords is going to be a weird one. We'll discuss that when we get there. Every expansion will have the abandonment problem, including Dragonflight.
Light. I see light. Finally, after centuries of silence, someone comes at last.
He was the one he kicked down.
Kept the bell safe, as promised, Master. Wait. You are not Mogu. Intruders! Guardians, awaken! Destroy those who would steal...
What was that thing? No matter. We will strike down any who stand in our way.
Damn right. They must all die. Suffer. Sorry. What I meant to say was, I'm not evil. That's Evo's job. She's the evil one here. I mean, if they were really so concerned... If they were really so concerned about the stats being too good, which, to be honest, is kind of a bullcrap answer if I'm being blunt, and who cares, but whatever. But if that really was their stated answer, there were a lot better ways to go about that than just removing the entire quest chain from the game. I don't know, nerfing the stats and the cloaks, making them pure cosmetic. There's options, and they were like, no. Rip the entire main story quest out of the game. Who cares about story? No, I'd leave the legendary item. If nothing else, going back and getting old legendaries is something of a tradition in WoW.
This crypt will be your grave.
Will it, though? I mean, you're dead. So I guess it's your grave. Hey, look, it's the Divine Bell. Holy crap.
There it is, hero. The Divine Bell. We must take it somewhere safe. Sentinels, let's get to work.
Admittedly, if I'm being totally honest with myself, what they probably did was they probably deleted the initiating quest of the entire chain. Because of how quests are designed in WoW, that would mean the whole chain is just gone, and that would be an incredibly easy fix. Like, it would take you 10 minutes to find the quest ID and just turn it off. Right? And that's probably what they did.
Hello.
Fantastic work. I cannot even imagine the atrocity that Garrosh would commit if the bell were fallen to heads. Thank goodness the Alliance has the Divine Bell that controls the Shah. I foresee nothing going wrong with this.
Farewell.
Okay, I think it's legitimately faster to hard, so we're just going to do that. Actually, hang on. Do you give me a portal?
What brings you here?
Nope. Okay. Let me check. It's not actually divine. The Mogu just really like to play up their branding. No, I tried, J. Palmer. Yeah, their portal is for bells only, and I'm an end. So I'm not sure how much content has been removed from FF14. I mean, obviously there's the old versions of dungeons, but whatever. No, J. Palmer. Yeah, we'll get to a loon later. Agent Silverfur, bang up job infiltrating the Gerishar advance. We have the advantage over the Horde. Our Explorers League is miles ahead when it comes to finding historical sites, and Prince Anduin has made friends with the Lore Walkers. Has he now? I have no doubt we'll find the Divine Bell before Garrosh's goods. A cracked Night Elven squad is already there. Actually, we already did that. Whatever. Oh, that's true. There were the quests that were axed from ARR. Quite a few quests, actually. I was looking at the full list at one point. A friend of mine was going through ARR and complaining about it. And I made a point that it used to be worse. And their reaction was just like, what? Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled for the Alliance.
I have another message for you from Bloodhoof. Seems you made an impression on him. He travels to the War Chief's vanguard in Kunlai. Best not to keep him waiting.
What you need? We done? Okie doke.
Yeah, I wasn't joking earlier when I said WoW was never really planned. It was just, it stumbled into victory. That's why Titan was going to fix all that. I'm sorry, I'll stop talking about Titan. Poor Titan. I will also be right back. Yeah, so far, it's really funny. We've heard people talking lies and nonsense, total fabrications about games for decades, right? Going back to the 70s, actually. Peter Molyneux built his entire career on the idea. So them saying that they had a plan for World Soul, and them being like, no, don't worry, we've actually lined this up for once. That's nice, but the good thing is that by all accounts they actually have. Holy crap. Actually good management. One of the things I remember Metzen talking about that caught my eye the most, or I suppose my ear the most, was he mentioned they were actually going to do proper management of the teams for once. And actually get organized and have different teams working in different projects and try to leapfrog each other and all that fun stuff. And I was just sitting there going, huh. Tak been listening. Everyone think, oh, Tak stupid hosen. He don't know anything. But Tak know about a lot of things. Even Big Orc General Nazgrim, he talks so loud. Tak hear everything. Tak know this. Lothamar Elthranger thinking about leaving the Horde. Bane wondering if Garrosh might not be fit for chief. And Garrosh losing patience over finding that oaken bell. Those Mogul hide it good. I hear Garrosh going to torture prisoner till he talks. Anyway, you going that way. Also true. Make a skull on Spockman. Tell me if you find anything out, buddy. Yeah, sure thing, Tac Tac. Appreciate you. Yeah, we live in a unique time. We have two separate MMOs which are both doing well and have a good reason to be optimistic about them. Do you know how often that's happened, historically speaking? This... How is the Horde behind again?
May the Earth Mother smile upon you. Honor those who came before us.
No, I'm in the same place with both WoW and FF14. I know what you're thinking. You're going to ask about Guild Wars 2. We'll see. And that's my answer about Guild Wars 2. I don't know anything about ESO, unfortunately. We really have only dipped our toes into that one, so we're not invested yet. I'm going to try and convince my third player of our co-op group someday to try it out with us. See if they like it too. Guild Wars 2 is a unique brand of its own thing. It really is kind of on its own, and they do that on purpose. One of their stated goals when Guild Wars 2 came out was that they did not want to compete with WoW. And I know what you're thinking. Well, yeah, but no. They were the first ones. The first major MMO who part of their launch cycle was, we are not competing with WoW. If you're not familiar with that, every other MMO was like, yeah, we're going to be the WoW killer. Spoilers.
Spirits watch over.
They weren't.
I am Bane, son of Cairn. We fight.
There we go.
For Azeroth.
Strange. Yeah, sure, let's go into AoE spec. We didn't do that last time. So, hey, it's the same cutscene we've already seen. We're just going to skip past this.
What brings you to me?
That's irritating. How so, Dakota? Yeah, people have said it for years, myself included. And if I might be so bold, I think I have the authority to say that with some authority. The only thing that was ever going to kill WoW was WoW, and it very nearly did. I think a lot of people misunderstand how bad the Shadowlands dip really was. Yeah, classic literally saved WoW. That's not even a joke. That's wild, Dakota. I thought it had a bad only using 12 buttons in WoW. Sorry, joke. I've heard the same thing, Magister. We'll see. Guild Wars 2 almost died. Actually, it did, Ross, but here's the funny thing. If you have a WoW sub, you have a classic and a retail sub. which was probably one of the smartest moves they made, by the way. So even if it divided their player base, they're all still WoW players. Garrosh be looking for the Divine Bell. Shadowpawn heard of it. They say it never been found. Tell me it should stay that way. The Alliance come here just this morning, asking questions, looking for the same bell. What can we do? I'd rather see it in Horde hands. Still too weak to move. You're gonna have to handle this one.
For the Horde.
Yep.
Fear nothing. Here. The Horde shall.
I don't know how we got offset again.
How's it juking? Bye-bye.
Oh, that's cool. The other benefit of making it be one sub is players can freely play Classic and Retail pretty much at the same time. You play one till you're sick of it, or until you've run out of stuff to do, and then you switch to the other. And there are players I know who do exactly that. How's it juking, Pillars of Snow? Please go faster. Would I rather have as leader of the Alliance? Wrath, Varian, or Catagramane? Oh, wow. I'm still going to go with Catagramane because he is at least a leader, even if he's a bad leader. Wrath, Varian is an idiot. He is just Garrosh too. Catavarian doesn't exist. I showed that, going through Cata. The only quest that actually acknowledged him as even being a character was removed from the game, and even that was just the very beginnings of a character arc. Ugh. I have to leave the humidifier on full time now because I've just been too dry. Temperature's still plummeting. We're supposed to get snow tomorrow. I live in the south. You know? They were just telling me, hi Giga, what are you doing here? They were just telling me that school's gonna be canceled tomorrow. Like they're just canceling it in advance. Did you have fun? But no, with the removed quest, he isn't in Cata. Yeah, it's closed because of snow. There's no snow plows or any tools or anything to deal with snow around here. And they're allowed so many snow days a year anyways, so they make use of them whenever they can. There's a logic to it. I don't mind it. So, hey, remember that quest we just did? You notice I'm not even reading this out loud. It's because we just did this.
Horde. It's a shame you were so slow to get here.
Wait
the
a
Divine
second.
Bell is already ours. Rangers, strike!
Oh my gosh! It's not the same content! Holy crap! I'm very shocked by this. I'm sorry, I don't know how to do fake act. Whoa! They are murdering my face off. Oh, my face. Oh, my face. Oh, my face. I'm dead. Wow! Okay, hang on. I wasn't actually ready for that. Okay, that was a real reaction. Jesus, I wasn't ready to just get destroyed here. So yes, obviously it's a slightly different quest because, again, these are happening alongside each other. So we're here right after the Alliance already came through and grabbed the bell. Yeah, ambush successful. You got me. I'll give you that. You also notice the traps are more active than they were last time around, and there's more enemies to fight. What's funny is this trap only really works if you're doing both sides. Now, granted, a lot of this quest chain was clearly designed for you to do both sides, but I still find that funny.
My archers should have stopped you.
They did! They actually did! Oh, it absolutely does, Evo, yes. Whoa! Boar! But not that much. Like, you'll still be able to solo most stuff. Until you run into Savacom. She'll destroy you. She knows karate. And she'll kick you. And you'll go flying like like my corpse. Like, the kick will kill you. And then your corpse just goes, woo! And that's that. Is this... Oh my god, there's an invisible wall here. Check it out. I never knew that. There's one here, too. Oh my gosh. Let's go past all the... Oh my god. Oh my god. All the traps. All the traps. Holy crap. No, 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 no! Oh my god. There's the portal.
Very well. I will face you myself. This is for the Alliance!
Who? How do you have that attack? No, I don't care. Just die.
My death means nothing! The Divine Bell is already in Darnassus. You filthy horde will never have it!
Darnassus, is it? The Alliance believes they have won the day. Now, when their arrogance is at its greatest, is our opportunity to pluck the prize from their fingers.
Go forth to victory.
As usual, it's faster to Hearth, so we're just going to do that. Thank you, Savacom, for the donation. Yeah, we're getting pretty close now. It's pretty much at the end of the chain, with one exception. A lot of people forget how long Landfall really is. Let's see. I'm going to try as hard as I can not to be biased about the upcoming event. But it's something people are contentious about to this very day. Let's put it that way. Oh, 100% Savacom. The difference is... Okay, I'm going to say something that's probably going to like get me canceled or whatever, but I don't even care. In real life, most bigotry and pet prejudice and racism has no validity, right? Like, it comes from nowhere, or it comes from old, outdated concepts, or it comes from something where someone somewhere tried to control another population group and so spread misinformation and lies about it. In fictional settings like this, there can exist a reason for such biases, for such prejudgments, right? Prejudice to exist. There is a logic behind why humans would be prejudiced against orcs, to use a direct example, or night elves would be prejudiced against orcs. Because they have seen what the orcish people can and have done in the past. Now, that is still a prejudice. It is still incorrect, right? Because that's presuming automatically that all orcs are the same as these orcs, which is obviously a fallacy and proven wrong. But at least there is a slight variance in why it is existing, as opposed to real-life racism. I am not Alliance. That was almost very funny. Yeah, you know what? Dragon Age, if you're familiar with it, there is a reason to be prejudiced against mages. It is still wrong, and one of the major themes of Dragon Age is specifically the fact that that prejudice makes the situation worse, right? You push someone into a corner. Damn it, Geralt. You push someone into a corner, and they tend to act out in the ways that you're afraid of them acting out. You cause it, right? Self-fulfilling. But, sorry for the long answer. In short, yes, I do absolutely think that there is some bigotry, prejudice, racism amongst the Alliance. Some of that has some logic behind it, and some of that doesn't. As it was pointed out earlier, Greymane's son and kingdom were both wiped out by Sylvanas, and Admiral Rogers' entire hometown was destroyed by the forces of Sylvanas' Forsaken. That's not even old history, that's recent. That's like a year ago in lore at this point. I actually do not know, Yura. I'm going to switch over here. And now finally write down Sophicom's donation for... hang on. Mortal Combat Deception. Kingdom Come Deliverance. And Mario Rabbids. Appreciate you, Sophicom. Thank you. Look, dragon flying is quite literally probably the single... Like, okay. There's thousands and thousands of things that make up a game, right? So, but if you were to point to the one best idea WoW has ever had, it's probably dragon flying. That's not a joke.
The Alliance shall prevail. We mustn't fail.
Okay, hang on. God damn it, J. Palmer. Well... I'm gonna ignore the donation. I'll put it just Halo. Sky Odyssey. And Siphon, Filter, Dark Mirror.
What do you need?
I'll say thank you in a second. Just a second.
Keep your eyes peeled for the Alliance.
Navorl, you'll do perfectly. We know where the Alliance have hidden the Divine Bell. We've already inserted an agent into enemy territory. We just need you to help him execute his mission.
Our orders stand, no matter the cost.
Thank you, J. Palmer. I do always appreciate you. Thank you. So, Teldrassil. Hey look, it's Silverthorn. So, glad that Nazgrim selected you. It's taken a great deal of the Horde's effort to get you here through Jaina's traps. Maintaining our illusion is this close to Darnassus is considerably expensive. Furthermore, the Sun Reavers of Dalaran are risking their neutrality by assisting the Horde with this operation. Now, very, very, very minor detail. Did you notice he referred to the Sun Reavers as they? That's actually not the first time he's done that, and it will not be the last. I'm only pointing this out because by every account I've been able to read, and I actually looked into this, this guy is not a Sun Reaver. That's important. Remember it for later. The Divine Bell is in the city. We don't want to cause a scene, we just want to get the artifact. I need you to find a win without getting caught. No mounts, no flying, no fighting. I can provide aid. I will cloak you so you can move with stealth. I'll also give you a small charm should you get into trouble. Stay away from the guards. It'll shield you from their vision, but you still need to keep your distance. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, I was actually double checking to see if Shadowlands followed through on that Magister, but it looks like it did not. Considering how many individuals were hinted at being Nothrezim in Shadowlands. But this guy's not one of them. Or at least, they never officially made him one of them. I will say this. If this guy was a Nothrezim, it would not surprise me. And for those of you who don't know what that means, shape-shifting demons. Yes, we are officially a Tauren rogue. The irony is, if we did, we might be able to actually figure this out. But as I said, there is no official information. The only important thing that is in the game, not actually, you know, hyperbole or hypothetical or whatever, is that he is not a Sun Reaver. Now, I suppose I should explain what that means. So, the elves, once the Blood Elf, High Elf political divide happened, the elves kind of called themselves different things. The High Elves and the Blood Elves specifically. But also the Sun Reavers and I forget what the other group is called. The two of them served as the representatives of that particular elven people amongst, no, not the Sun Fury, the Alliance group, of the elves in Dalaran. Dalaran itself is a kingdom, or at least was a kingdom. The Scryers? That doesn't... The Silver Covenant, that's them. Silver Covenant. So, both of them decided to represent each other and their sides, their factions' interests amongst Dalaran, which makes sense. They're functionally ambassadors there, and Dalaran is its own kingdom, and it is also the center of magical learning. So that's two major reasons to maintain a political foothold there, right? So Sun Reavers are the Horde version of that. But when I say Horde, what I really mean is they owe more allegiance to Lorthamar than they do to whoever happens to be in charge of the High Elves. I actually don't know if there is such a person. Found the bell. Marisa? Really? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, just gonna pop this button here. Well executed. I knew we could count on you. Now to get off this wretched tree. I must clean up our tracks a bit before we leave so Proudmoore doesn't discover our involvement. I believe it comes from the term highborn. In other words, those born of high status. Highborn, for the record, does not refer to Night Elves in general. It refers to the highborn of the Night Elves. A lot of which then left in order to go over to the Eastern Kingdoms and then became the High Elves.
The tip of the Horde Spear. No greater honor.
You found the bell and found they're teleported to Silvermoon for study as instructed? The Horde will put it to good use. You've done a great service today.
Foes flee before you.
Right. Hang on, I'm going to read this quest really quick.
Blood and thunder. Our orders stand.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from originally, if that's what you're asking. Okay, now that we've stolen the Divine Bell, which is supposed to be able to steal the energies of the Shah and imbue them into people so they can become Shah-infused warriors. Notice how I phrased that sentence, by the way.
This land tests us, friend.
As you know, the Night Elven allies moved the Divine Bell to Darnassus for safekeeping and study. Moments ago, they portaled some highborn mages over here and asked for backup. Details are hazy, some kind of stealth attack on the city? I don't know what to make of it, but Jaina Proudmoore is already on the scene, and I suspect they need all the help they can get.
Remember, the king is counting on us.
Here there. Be good.
Oh, no, the bell! The Alliance needs heroes like you more than ever.
The bell is gone. At the scene of the crime, we found traces of arcane magic. I may be able to use my skills to track the thieves.
May magic protect you.
We will get to the bottom of this. Silverfur, you're with me. We'll search every inch of this city if we have to, but we'll find out where they took the bell, how they took the bell, and where. I'm picking up traces of arcane magic. We need to follow the trail.
Goodbye. Come with me.
So she barely survived the attack on Theramore. The gray streak was a consequence of that. I find that funny because canonically she's like in her 50s, I think, at this point. She could just have gray hair. But no. Magical backlash.
I had Darnassus locked down. Every fumbling rogue that tried to sneak into the city, I caught them. I snatched every two-bit charlatan that attempted to teleport through my traps.
Notice the way she says that, by the way. Bragwin said that a bit mockingly, but the truth is Jaina's pride is definitely pricked here. She personally ensured the safety of the bell here, and someone managed to get past her. This is also not the route I took, I just feel like pointing out. I know. There's no viable way they could actually detect the route you took and then replicate that. But man, wouldn't that be a really cool little detail if they could do that?
They couldn't possibly have gotten through. This was an inside job. Somebody inside the city has the bell, unless... No.
Whoops. Rogue. You're playing a rogue, lore. This is doubly weird for me because I keep going back and forth between Rogue and Monk, who play similarly but uniquely distinct, so I keep hitting the wrong buttons. I actually meant during War Within. Not at this point. How did they climb up that wall? Oh, whatever.
These portals connect to Delaron. That means the Kirin Tor. My own Kirin Tor helped the Horde commit this atrocity. I will not be betrayed again. Those responsible for this will be punished. What knowledge do you seek?
I've decided. Certain members of the Kirin Tor have put their allegiances to the Horde above the Order, and I will not tolerate it. This is nothing short of betrayal. Her eyes flare with rage. Come with me. We're going to clean up Dalaran.
Never temper your...
Yeah, by the way, atrocity? For too long I have toiled to mend fences between Alliance and Horde. Time and again I've given the Horde the benefit of the doubt, and time and again they stab me in the back. I refuse to be betrayed again. If the Horde intends to use the Kirin Tor as a weapon against the Alliance, then they have no place in Dalaran. Come with me.
Remember Theramore. Eat this, Sun Reaver!
Jesus! She's hitting for 2 billion damage.
Sun Reaver. You've allowed Garrosh to move his forces through my city.
You have it all wrong, Jaina. I did nothing.
You looked the other way. You and your insubordinate kind are no longer welcome here.
This is our city too, Proudmoore.
I see. I will remove the Sun Reavers by force then. You, Aethys, will be coming with me.
Okay. Yep, there she is, Verisa. We'll see her in Throne as well. This event is known as the Purging of Dalaran.
Baladash, Malinor. Remember those we lost.
It's called that for a reason. I have long awaited for an opportunity to deal with the Sun Reavers. I asked my late husband to remove them from the city, but he believed too firmly in the neutrality of the Kirin Tor. He was wise but short-sighted. It has always been the destiny of the Kirin Tor to serve the Alliance.
Together we will save.
Compliant Sunreavers will be sent to Violet Hold. Defiant ones are put to the sword. None are to escape. The Sunreavers keep their Dragonhawk mounts at Crassus Landing. Take this dust and use it to render them incapable of flight. Or kill them. I don't care.
Aldiel Shala.
The Sunreaver Sanctuary is still crawling with horde-loving Sunreavers. Jaina will have sent the reasonable ones to the Violet Hold. The rest refuse to leave, raising their weapons against us. Show them the cost of their defiance, and now face the judgment of the Alliance, the Silver Covenant, and the Kirin Tor.
Fight well. Until next time.
Jaina's doing a good job of taking care of Sunreavers above ground, but there's still plenty rooting around in the sewers. Find those lying rats and exterminate them.
Remember those we lost.
Most shopkeepers in the Mage's Commerce Exchange have sided with the Silver Covenant. There remain a few holdouts to be taken care of. She gives us a list of names. They will not go easily.
Until next time.
I saw one of the Sunreavers, Brasail, I think his name was, running off in the direction of the bank. No doubt trying to gather whatever assets he can before he leaves. Head him off and make sure he doesn't steal any resources from our coffers. He relinquished whatever funds he left in the bank when he and his Sunreaver kind betrayed us. Now, I'm sorry. Two of those really stick out at me more than the rest of them. Yeah, sure, we're killing people, and that's awful and all, but hear me out for a second. One of the orders she just gave was to refuse any possibility of retreat. No fleeing. You either die or you are imprisoned. There's no running. The second thing is they are claiming eminent domain over all of the property and resources of them. They are straight up robbing all of the Sunreavers of their literal capital because, you know, traitors and all that.
Aldiel Shala.
So, that's cool. I should probably mention that most of the Sunreavers, as you can see, are not aggroing or fighting us. They're just cowering. Of course they are. Remember, the overwhelming majority of these people have no combat training. We think mage and we think combat mage, but actually, no. The majority of the magic in this setting is civilian-based, right? It's utility magic. We're just going to start murdering shopkeeps. Under orders. I mean, it's their fault. They refused to go to prison. Remember, those are the only two options. There's no flee. All of these names are from Wrath, Magister. Remember that one time you didn't give me a discount? I'll scribble you out of existence. Oh yeah, and there's Jaina roaming the area. And she'll do stuff like this.
You brought this on yourselves, Sunreavers.
Oh hey, she doesn't one-shot people anymore. She still fights them, of course. Why would we push back against this? It's so obvious the horde of the bad guys here. Sorry, buddy. We stole all your stuff. Yeah, this is pretty much the problem with the HEVA in a nutshell. How did Alliance players react to this mission? I admit, I thought this was an interesting story arc to go down at the time. I'm not sure I agree with that anymore. I'm really going to have to chew on this one. Part of the problem here is that Miss Proudmoore is incredibly out of character. And will continue to be so until, of all things, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, BFA. Which is when they finally actually, turn her into being a good character again. Yeah, this is the kind of thing Tyrande would do. And yeah, there's definitely some interesting ideas here, but as Huthor points out, this is far too extreme and far too short. The irony is if they spent more time building this up rather than spending time on that stupid bell, this could have landed better. The Alliance being complicit in the purge of Dalaran is fascinating. Frankly, Verisa is the kind of person I could see pushing for this a lot more. After all, she did just lose her husband to Garrosh. So she is quite literally not thinking straight.
Be silenced, Sunreaver!
Yeah, no, the problem really is that Jaina herself is, see you around, J. Palmer, probably the worst written thing about this whole sequence. Yeah, let me subdue their escape route. Oh, by the way, really, really small detail. Check it out. It's hard to tell we're out over the ocean right now. It's actually kind of an interesting detail because Dalaran is on its way back from Northrend. Believe it or not, this will actually pay off in Legion because Dalaran is currently heading down to Karazhan. Actually, I think technically Dalaran's heading back to where it was supposed to be and is now going to change course to Stormwind, and then we'll go to Karazhan, and then we'll have Legion. But you get the point. I just thought that was a nice little detail. The problem is, if they wanted the player to participate in the purging, I don't see a good way to write this, to be perfectly blunt. I know that sounds weird, but most of the ways I could see them polishing this up
I am honored.
would have specifically involved not making the player actually do the purge. They would, Huthor. Divergent quests would not have been a bad idea for something like this. The irony is they would have to do that on both sides, because the Horde are also complicit in all this crap by stealing the damn bell. Remember, that was us. Oh yeah, did you remember what I just told you? No, of course you didn't, so let me just repeat myself. The guy who organized this is not a member of the Sunreavers. And the person who actually did the stealing itself was not the Sunreavers. It was us. Canonically, that's not even just like a player MMO-y thing. The player characters on the Horde side are the ones who stole the bell. Yeah, the Sunreavers are objectively innocent. If you're paying attention, Aethys took a moment to try and start, like, explaining himself, and Jaina shut him down immediately. Yeah, that's the other thing. I hate to point this out. Jaina's not the dictator of the Kirin Tor. The Kirin Tor don't have a dictator. They have a council. And that council kind of is supposed to be in charge of these kind of decisions. It's actually kind of weird that most of the council's not even present right now. Yeah, Khadgar probably has the most overall sway amongst the leaders of the Kirin Tor. I like that idea, Blade Tavol. You know one thing they could have done? And I know this because they did this now in this quest. You remember those Dragon Hawks I just killed? I could have walked up to him and used this item instead of killing them. Imagine they just do something like that for each of these quests. We show up and they're like, purge dollar, and we're like, yeah. And you just have the option. You could kill the enemy, or you could use the quest item they give you to get them the hell out, to get them to safety, right? That would have been the easiest option by far.
We stand together. Fight well.
Now the Sunreavers have to answer to us. Jail or death. Their fate is in their own hands.
Together
You thought I was kidding. This is a bloody day, and this is bloody work. But do not forget what the Sunreavers did to bring this on. They used neutral Kirin Tor resources to aid the Horde in their fight against the Alliance. Do not hesitate to believe they would do the same to us if given the chance. Jesus!
Until next time.
Again, I'm willing to let this go because this is Varisa. This makes sense. Varisa's cuckoo right now. It's nice to have those rats out of here for good. Well done,
Remember
hero.
those we lost.
Well, I can't say I agree completely with Jaina's methods. I understand her motives. Sometimes you have to fight back.
Together we will save Azeroth.
I suppose it wasn't enough for him to be a coward and a backstabber. He had to be a greedy thief as well. He was withdrawing his resources from the bank. That was his money. The Horde and Sunreavers aren't all that different. They deserve one another.
Aldiel Shala.
Thank you for your aid today. I'll be handling the purge from here on out.
Fight well. My bow is at the ready. Aldiel Shala.
Illyria is the most sane windrunner. Now, let's go ahead and pause right here, really quick. Let's go ahead and start by giving some negatives, just really quick. Because there's several issues here. First of all, as I just mentioned, what's going on with the Kirin Tor? Yeah, as Huthor points out, Jaina is just suddenly Queen of Dalaran. Doesn't work that way. Never has. The Council predates Pandaria. It's not a retcon. Second point. Jaina. As I pointed out before, she's just badly written. There's nothing else for it. I'm just going to type Jaina for right now. I'll type up more of that later. Third problem is the complicitness. I'm not sure what category to put that under. I guess I'll just put it under MSQ. Now that we got, what is it, like 5 negatives out of the way for that? 6, excuse me. Let's watch this cutscene.
Stormwind honors your service to the Alliance.
Hold on.
Serve with honor.
Jaina, what's happening in Dalaran?
Has there been an attack?
The Kirin Tor was betrayed from within. I've handled the situation.
How?
I've purged the Horde from Dalaran. You have what you wanted, Your Majesty. The Kirin Tor belongs to the Alliance.
But you said that...
I know what I said. My trust was misplaced.
What of the Sindorai, the Sunreavers?
Those that surrendered are being taken to the Violet Hold. I make no guarantees about those who chose to fight.
Jaina, you need to talk to me before you act.
How I run the Kirin Tor is my business.
I was trying to negotiate with the Sindorai. I was opening discussions to bring them into the Alliance. By attacking their people, you forced their hand.
They chose their own path.
You've driven them back to the Horde.
You're fooling yourself. Once Horde, always Horde. I see that now. I'm mobilizing the Kirin Tor.
Jaina, we've got to work together on this. The Alliance must act as one.
Don't get soft on me, Varian.
The game has changed.
So, I actually already told you this, like I said, and I do apologize for spoiling, but I felt it was necessary for context. Because again, Lorthamar has been reaching out to the Alliance for probably weeks at this point, possibly longer, to try and get the Sunreavers, or excuse me, the Sin'dorei, the Blood Elves, in order to join the Alliance and shift away from Hellscream's horde. So thanks for that. Meanwhile,
nothing shall stand in our way.
The Night Elves learned the Divine Bell was stolen. This much we had anticipated. However, they found out that the neutral Sunreavers of Dalaran were complicit. Now we have a situation. I need you to go to Dalaran. Rendezvous with Kromthar.
Come what may, we fight on.
Zug zug. Dabu.
Truth be told, we don't know why they did all this, but Huthor's theory is my theory as well. It is not a non-zero chance that this is all done to make Varian out to be better. You know how that works. Make someone seem smarter by making everyone else stupider. Same concept. I should mention something. When I very, very first did Landfall, I did it on the Horde. Of course I did. It never even occurred to me that the rest of the story is on the Alliance. A friend of mine then mentioned it to me, and I actually specifically leveled an Alliance just so I could see the other side of this thing. Let me tell you, going straight from the Horde side to the Alliance side was kind of a what?
I serve Silvermoon.
Good, you've arrived. It's not a good day to be Horde in Dalaran. Jaina has called for the exile of all the Sunreavers. You and I are going to save as many as we can, including Aethys himself, and get out of here as fast as possible.
We have overcome much.
Compared to the rest of the city, this part of the sewers is relatively calm. That's good. We can extract more Sunreavers in peace than we can in war. Find as many citizens as you can. Tell them it's not safe and leave the city at once. And try to steer clear of the Covenant. We don't want to cause a scene if we can avoid it.
We build our future upon the Jaina's gone over the edge. She's imprisoning the Sunreavers and attacking those who resist. What's worse, the Silver Covenant has seized the opportunity to join the bloodshed.
The dark times will pass.
So we tell him, get the hell out of here. And her response is literally, leave Dalaran, where we'll even go. Keep in mind, most of these people are probably Dalaran citizens. I know what you're thinking, but they're Blood Elves. And if you think of that, then you're not listening to me, because they're not Blood Elves. Like, this isn't Star Trek. Every Romulan doesn't live on Romulus. You know? This is literally these people's homes. They are Dalaran citizens. Imagine one day being told, hey, you need to leave insert country you live in. What? Why? Because they're purging. What?
The reckoning is at hand.
Oh, and by the way, the Silver Covenant actually don't aggro you until you tell the Sunreavers to evacuate, at which point they then aggro you.
The dark times will pass. State your business.
See? Doesn't aggro.
Anaria Shola.
Our enemies will fall.
Yeah, the Silver Covenant are very quick to kill their fellow citizens. Because remember, these people are not Alliance or Horde or Sun Elves or Blight Elves or anything. They're Dalaran. They're Dalarites? I actually forget the term, but you get the point.
The Eternal Sun still guides us.
As I suspected, it gets worse up ahead. The Covenant's outright attacking Sunreavers. This cannot stand. While our prime directive is to rescue Aethys, we must protect as many Blood Elves as we can. I'll scout forward.
Do not let outsiders interfere. It's chaos up there. We need to save whoever we can, and we'll need to move quickly.
And there's this strange, like, Worgen rogue going through, just mass murdering people. Stay clear of him. He's a little higher level than you.
You need something? Have a good one.
Damn you, Ross. Damn you! Part of the problem here is that this is really its entire story arc, just like World's Best Pants, who I haven't seen in a while. Thank you for the donation. Hope you're doing all right. I will put that towards dealer's choice. This could be an entire story arc. Like, the lead up to and follow through of this is huge, right? Or at least, I guess I should say it should be huge. Like, dealing with the fallout of this, the internal strife that's going to happen in Dalaran, this probably should lead to an actual civil war. Because you know that there would be Dalarites who would support the Purge. Of course there would. And then there would be everyone else who wouldn't. And some of the people who wouldn't support it just want to keep their heads down. And some of the people who don't support it would actually be willing to fight for that, right? Like, there's a lot of details here that could be gone into, and what I just mentioned is like step one.
What is it?
So much bloodshed in a place of peace. Jaina's gone too far this time.
Be about your work.
As very Sunreaver, Jaina expels from the city as a blade that fights for the Horde. For us. I'm off to gather more elves. You've proven your hand in combat. Go take care of that creep in the black market.
It would be unwise to oppose us.
Yeah, most people tend to even forget about Modera. But yeah, she's there too. So in case you missed that, he was holding people above the shark. In fact, he dropped her into the... yeah. Anyways. So, do I think Janeway was correct in Scorpion? I think the story bent its way around to making her correct with no logic or reason behind it. Frankly, it's actually out of character that the Borg then turn on them at the end of that episode. It's very illogical. There's no benefit to the Borg for doing that.
What would you ask of me?
First stage of our mission is complete. That was the easy part. For to survive up ground, we're going to need a base of operations. I'm going to try to get to the center of the city. It's risky, but hopefully Jaina and the Silver Covenant won't expect it. Now stay by my side.
We build our future upon wait for my command.
It would be nice occasionally, Salvacom.
To the center of the city! This way!
Oh, there's our Night Elven friend.
The Sunwell must be protected.
Okay.
Do not let outsiders interfere. Be about your work.
I have it on good authority that Archmage Aethys is being held in the Silver Enclave, home of the Silver Covenant. Arcanist Rathaela holds him in captivity. Most Covenant agents are out slaughtering Sunreavers right now, which means our chance is ripe. Slay Rathaela, spring Aethys from the prison.
It would be unwise to oppose us.
Any pretense the Kirin Tor might have had at being a neutral group can officially be discarded. I'm now hearing that Jaina's got Alliance troops stowed away near the Antonidas Memorial. The area is free of Sunreavers, but it still makes my blood boil to see such blatant favoritism from the Kirin Tor. Go visit the memorial, and give those Alliance dogs a kick on your way through.
We have overcome much.
We can't rescue as many Sunreavers as we want, but if they can't escape, then there's no point. The Silver Covenant will certainly be subduing and killing our Dragonhawks.
Respect our custom.
Yeah, actually. That is absolutely what we were just doing. Go figure. That's a tough one. So look, we didn't actually kill them, canonically. See? We just trapped them. Let's see, best time travel ever in Trek. Really, my first thought is actually Time Zero. Let me think about that. This could have been the beginning of an interesting redemption arc for Jaina. There's the visitor count. Technically, yes. Like, if they wanted her to be redeemed, which they probably did. And I even like modern Jaina, so I'm down with the idea. And as Huthor already pointed out, this could have been literally a Shaw thing. Although if you don't want to lean on the Shaw button, well, maybe make it so that... Maybe make it so that this is more or less clearly some extremists, like Verisa, and the few people who support them. Don't make it like the Silver Covenant are suddenly just willing to go all willy-nilly and kill their fellow citizens. You're good at visual storytelling, WoW. Do some of that. Have some stuff where in the background there's Silver Covenant who are like, no! Like, just picture just for a moment how important it would be for there to be, say, a Silver Covenant like right here, and then one right here, and they're both in combat stance, right? They've both got their weapons out like this. And then right behind them is like 5 or 6 Sunreaver citizens who are just cowering there, right? In other words, to make that very clear, they're actually defending them against the extremists, right? Then have Jaina, Verisa, and the extremists actually straight up kicked out of the Kirin Tor, just removed from power, overtly and violently. Jaina's a powerful mage, but, I mean, come on. The rest of the council would be like, I'm sorry, what? And then she has to deal with that. Have the extremists join the war proper, and, well, honestly, probably die in the fighting. We can actually cover that in the throne up ahead. Furthermore, this could also lead, honestly, pretty neatly into the events of Throne, which I'm spoiling a little bit, but you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, her being literally kicked out, Frostspec, you know, her literally being kicked out of her own city and home. Remember, she grew up here. And losing the support of like half the city, except for the most violent people who are actually calling for the death of all the Horde, would have been a hell of a whap. Oh, there he is.
Must have moved him. We can continue without him.
Yeah, her actual primary specialization, believe it or not, is teleportation. Not portals, that is different, but teleportation. Khadgar's the portal guy. And Oculus, obviously.
I am rather busy. For Quell Thalas.
We'll continue saving Sunreavers for a while longer. Aethys' location may become clearer as we press on.
Be about your work. It would be unwise to oppose us.
It unsettles me to have to fight directly with the High Elves of the Silver Covenant. Yeah. There's still a number of significant Sunreavers who haven't been accounted for. Odds are they're in the Sanctuary caught by surprise. He hands you an artifact, clearly made by Blood Elven hands. The place is crawling with Silver Covenant. You'll need to get in. Use the tier to evacuate the VIPs and then get out.
For Quell
Stay
Thalas.
alive. Also, I just want to point out, again, overcorrection, right? The Alliance quest here is to murder everybody. The Horde quest is to save everybody. Huh. God damn it, fine. We do evacuate quite a few of these people.
Our enemies will fall.
Get out of here. Yeah, I forget which dev said it, but this was intended to be a fist bump moment for the Alliance.
I am forsaken.
Screw those filthy Horde, am I right? The only people who like this is the loud minority, which Blizzard has had this problem for many years of listening too much to. Thankfully, they stopped listening to them.
Choose wisely.
And this is why this is the HVA.
Greetings.
It's okay. Good news. There'll be one more really, really dumb HVA moment after this. Not in Pandaria. It's a couple of expansions from now. But we'll get there. In BFA, correct.
Yes.
Get out of here. Spinning star kick, Dakota. And yes.
Do not squander resources.
Okay, they should be waiting for us in Silvermoon when we return.
We build our future upon
We've looked everywhere he's likely to be except for one place, the Violet Citadel. Find out if he's being held in the Citadel. We may get lucky, but if not, we saved a number of lives today.
Do not let outsiders interfere.
Oh no, I do need that, don't I? Immediately drive that off the bar.
Aethys, this way, into the portal. Stay by me. We're going out the tunnel. Stay by my side.
Okay. Okay, we're okay. See what I mean? There's the ocean. I like this speech.
Baladash, Malinore.
Is this Bavurl? What's going on here?
Silvermoon will know.
Aethys, you're alive.
Thanks to this hero, a few of us made it out of there. Many more have been sent to the Violet Hold.
Anara Lashdanal, will someone tell me what is going on in Dalaran?
Proudmoore. She's gone and expelled the Sun Reavers from the city. She's purging the Horde from the Kirin Tor.
She's gone too far. I'm certain the Alliance can move their war mages through the city at will. That human witch! When will they learn? When will they see that the Horde exists because of the Alliance? Because of their prejudice and their bigotry? They force us ever closer to Hellscream's Horde.
My lord.
Alduran, summon the Rangers. Romath, assemble the Blood Magi and add the Sun Reaver's strength to your own. We Sindori will take our future into our own hands. And get this damn thing out of my sight. Hellscream bought his treasure with the blood of my people. I hope it destroys him.
My lord, you would make a fine war chief.
It may come to that. Bring me my blades. The next move is mine.
We'll see that again. We'll see that come forward in 5.2. And a rare positive. That is a great moment and a great speech. Even said in anger, there's a lot of validity to what he's saying. Nobody give me a straight answer. What happened in Dalaran? That Proudmoore woman, she used to be a woman of peace. Look at what she become. Garrosh scorches the earth, and the dead ain't the only victims. Bane says Lothar ain't too happy either. He and I are gonna have a talk soon as I can travel again.
Keep your eyes peeled for the Alliance. Fear nothing.
We're actually gonna do this on the Horde first. Hank? We'll switch. Let me see what the Alliance quest is next. Now that we're done murdering innocent people.
Adversity, our constant companion. We mustn't fail.
Prince Anduin has somehow slipped his guards again. His control over the light is greatly increasing. He was last seen heading to Kun Lai Summit. He gave our mages the slip around the Valley of Emperors. Can you find him? He insists on searching for what he claims is a counter to the Divine Bell. Perhaps you can talk some sense into him before he seizes control of your mind and has you dance your way back here. Can't remember, the Blood Elves, hell, the Forsaken tried to join the Alliance. But the Blood Elves were also trying to join the Alliance. And that didn't happen. That's part of why I like that speech. Well, obviously he is generalizing in his anger. It's understandable. He is pretty pissed. Emerald Taylor asked me to hitch you a ride up to the Valley of the Emperors. Lucky for you, I'm Prince Anduin's best gal. We're friends, but don't go telling Agent Conley. Man's bound to get all jealous. I don't want him popping a cap in the royal sun. Anyway, I know where the prince is hiding, so I'll take you right to him. Can't say I approve of the boy rumoured by himself, but I can understand his thinking. I still can't believe the Horde stole the bell after everything we did to keep it safe in Darnassus. Red Lady Jane is still in shock. She's ready to forgive the Horde for the destruction of Thermor. She's ready to forge a new future for the Kirin Tor, one where the Horde-allied Sunreavers and Alliance-allied Silver Covenant can work together in peace. I had to say it myself. Dullan would be a shining example of peace. And the Sunreavers betrayed her trust. No, they didn't. Opened portals straight to the Bell from her own city. Also not true. Of course she's gonna feel upset. Of course she has a right to know this. Throw those nasty Sunreavers out to Dalaran. Still, I can't help but get an uneasy feeling that the Horde aren't gonna take that quietly. Actually, that's entirely possible, yeah, wait of all. Now Garrosh has the Divine Bell. He could attack us any day. Hope Anduin's got some plan up his sleeve. Hey, Anduin. Oh, I don't know, like 14, 16? It's one of the teens.
Have you ever seen such a place?
Glad you made it, my friend. I could really use your help with what's to come. My father would prefer I remain in the safe custody of his legion, but there's one thing Pandaria has taught me, it's that a few people in the right place at the right time can make a bigger difference than the greatest of armies.
I will see you soon.
Ever since the Horde captured the Divine Bell, I've been searching for a means to counter its power. My research got me as far as this tomb. I'm going inside. If you follow, we'll share as we go.
Keep your guard up.
Then
There's more to this land than meets the eye.
According to my research, the Pandaren long ago made a special mallet intended for the Divine Bell. Using the mallet on the Divine Bell, the Pandaren monks were able to create pure harmony. Then the Monkey King one day decided to hide it as a prank. There's no record of the mallet after that. Thanks, Monkey King. What I did find, however, was the final resting place of the infamous Monkey King. What's with all these jade statues of Hosen fighting Mogu? Very, very, very little, Cloden. If you're paying attention to the lore, there are a few tidbits of how he became the Monkey King, which I find highly amusing. The Hosen were so fractious that he would just walk up to someone and say, "Hi, I'm the Monkey King." And people were like, "What? I've never heard of you." And he's like, "Yeah, but your leaders just declared me the king." And most of the Hosen weren't willing to go against their leaders, so they didn't. So he just kind of became the Monkey King. He's frozen in jade while dueling a Mogu, the Jade Warlord. I found an incantation to release him, but it'll release both of them. Once I cast this, defeat the Jade Warlord before he can get his bearings.
Can you believe the majesty of this place?
Here goes nothing. My research did not have nice things to say about the Jade Warlord. That's fine. Let's see. You let me kill him? Let me kill him. Let me off the leash. Yeah, just walk around. Yeah, hi, I'm the king of the world. What? Who voted for that? Prime Minister. Oh. I guess I have no choice but to go along with it. Yeah, you know, it's cool. It was very official and everything. He speaks in rhyme, so forgive me. You come asking for the Monkey King. Let's see how well you can sing. Who are you so tiny and boring? Your cause is silly, you leave me snoring. 3 riddles I will ask. These riddles are a task. Finish each without pause, and I shall see if I help your cause.
Ha! Good one!
Ooh, son of an ook. Pins and needles, legs asleep, hand asleep, nibs asleep. Grace? I'm not an emperor, little thing. You stand before the Monkey King. My apologies. My name is Anduin Rin. This champion and I need your help. Help? Oh, you saved me from eternity trapped in shade. I'm gonna throw you the biggest party ever made. Thank you, but this is hardly time for a party. A dangerous war leader named Garrosh has found the Divine Bell. We need the Harmonic Mallet. Oh, missing Harmonic Mallet, such a silly name. You come find the king because he is to blame. Well, my research says you're the last one to... Ah, don't you worry, you're in the right place. But let's see first if I like what comes out of your face. Free at last after 10,000 years. This is a happy day, very happy, happy day. Got any biggest party ever with nibs and dibs and brews and jungle hosen and mountain hosen and sky hosen. So, you wake up Monkey King for a mallet, huh? Answer first these riddles 3, and the mallet you shall see. Softly singing a song of pain, there's a creature tortured and lame. Way down south and beyond the wall, it hides from Master Wicked's call. Seek out creature sad and somber, free it from its untamed amber. Okay. Ook. You want to stop the Divine Bell? We need mallet first. You want mallet? We need friends. You want friends? We need metal brew. You want metal brew? You need to go to Shrine of Fellowship. You want to go Shrine of Fellowship? Great! It's in Jade Forest, southeast of the Tian Monastery. Ring bell and get Monkey King some brew while you're there. Oh, you may have to fight for it. The mallet you seek is not a toy for children. It calls trouble like a song of a siren. A test of strength the Monkey King will require before you receive this tool of your desire. At Temple of White Tiger you will find a challenger to test how well you resigned. Step through the main door, turn right down the ramp. Challenge the ook waiting for you like a chump. Okay. Yes, metal brew. They put metal shavings in it. It shreds your insides. I'm kidding. That would be horrible, actually. No, they put gold flakes in. There we go. Exactly, Bragwin. Collect all 5 jagged metals. That is a good question, Spartan. I don't suppose you have any of your local files set to read only, because that would do it. Exactly, Sumicom. Well, this one happens to be closest, so we'll do this one first. Hello? The Monkey King?
Yep.
Didn't expect to see me here, did you? Monkey King does not delegate jewelry. Now, are you hero or are you wicked? Okay. Well, I mean, if that is your wish, I will destroy your face, sir. Strong, quick, dangerous. You know how to stick it. I'm no longer afraid, you just some filthy wicket. Solve the other riddles I am demanding. Then meet me down at Lion's Landing. Yeah, Jade Forest was a really good zone. What do you want from me? No, you should just be able to select the whole file and set everything to be able to read, right? Or rather, turn off read-only, because read-only is a separate toggle. But yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. Jade Forest is in the running for one of the best zones in the entire game. There was also a 3-session zone, so it's like 15-ish hours. I think it's more like 12, but whatever. Just to one zone. Well, you too could see the answer to that if you felt like it, Yura. But rather than force you to look at a boring old spreadsheet, I'll just tell you. It had 40 pluses to story and 10 pluses to gameplay. Oh, bell. Ah, so there's one who wishes to taste the might of the metal brew. Hi, Samwise. Be warned, this recipe has been handed down from generation to generation, taught to my family by the Monkey King himself. Its flavor is intended to share with friends after a battle. Come, friend, battle me if you dare. Trust me, I dare. That's what he's saying. Well done, hero. I yield to your might. Enjoy the well-earned brew. The recipe's been in my family for over 10,000 years. Once enjoyed by the Monkey King himself, they say. Yeah, Samwise did retire from Blizzard. I don't know if he retired in general, but he bailed. Spartan, stop bowing. Yeah, well, okay. See, this is why I told you to stop bowing. You gotta listen to me, man. Listen, I'm here to collect for the Monkey King. And he'd be like, yeah, right. The Monkey King was alive 10,000 years ago. There's no way he'd be alive right now. Yes, 10,000 gigas ago. Why? Why? I freed you. God, my poisons fell off. I mean, he is a normal Hosen who lived to be pretty old. That's kind of it. He was clever for a Hosen, but again, he actually hit maturity. So... for reasons we'll get to later, Magister. Okay, we made it. Jesus Christ.
There's more to this land than meets the eye.
The wise-ish thing returns. You have my amber.
Gibbet.
Amber. Fresh and untamed. Did you kill to get it? But of course. Though free, the untamed amber is a dangerous thing, and many may die because of it. Mercy comes in many forms, like spikes and manted in really ookin' spooky storms. Ugh. Pairing the heat of a burning forge with the strong, stern tones of the earth, the flavor of this brew truly rocks.
Ha! Good one!
Metal brew is strong and lasting, a brew meant to be shared with friends after battle. Emperor Xiao Hao and his Monkey King had many around in our day. Many battles, many good friends. One of the only times he doesn't do that. Why engage in duelry? Why engage in foolery? You ask the Monkey King for an artifact of power. I have to make sure when the time comes you will not cower. One tough duker you may think you may be, but against the Mogul many turn and flee. Riddles 3 you answered. Good, good. Monkey King is not so old he tells just anyone his tricks. It was the greatest prank ever. Want to hear the story of the mountain monkey? Too bad, no choice.
Good one.
Once was a jibby-nib mallet, all shiny and divine. But Oaken Bell it was meant for could never be mine. Mogu had stolen the bell. What's a hosen to do? Think of the horror if those Dukers stole the mallet, too. Mogu are not bright. They fail to see things for what they are. The Monkey King stole the mallet and sent the pieces afar. My hosen took the pieces and scattered them across the lands, disguised as nifty nibs, never to fall into Mogu hands. The head, the handle, these two must be made as one. Combined with evil's ointment, the bell's evil undone. If Garrosh has the bell, there's only one thing to do. I'll send my hosen friends. The mallet must be made anew.
Can you believe the majesty of this place?
Looks like it's going to take a few days to track these minions down. Thanks for your help. Meet me here in a few days.
Stay safe.
It's been a few days.
Jimmy!
Once was a chief named Ingu Ingu who beat me in a drink boogaloo. He took Mallet's handle for winning, not knowing you can't beat King in drinking. Monkey King had to hide Mallet from the bell, but Ingu's children do not use handle well. Over the years they have used handle to do harm. Now I must find the current chief so we can disarm. Go south to Ungu Ingu. Monkey King meets you there. Only wicked show to a party with hands bare.
Ha! Good one!
Monkey King received word on where to find head. Hosen who got it long dead. Guns and chiefs passed relic from father to son. But then Vermin Skiga came and head it won. Now the wicked worships it in a hollow, since it was too ookin big for him to swallow. I sent a royal finder north to find him. Look for a finder in mountain west of Heartland.
Off! Jimmy!
Legends are not born, they are made, much like your next target, a Mogu, the blade. In his bags you will find an ointment whose sound plays with the mind. Bring this nibby ointment to Monkey King, and with it we shall make the mallet sing. Travel north along the wall, and when you reach the end, turn left. That's interesting directions. I mean, it has a bunch, too, Yura. Like, look at the macro list sometime. Great news. Sure, Garrosh got his hand on the Divine Bell, but he broke a lot of eggs to make that omelet. Predmore has gone and kicked the Horde out of the Kirin Tor. The mages are on our side now. I've been intercepting Horde messages and all hell is breaking loose here. The Sun Reavers blame Garrosh for what happened just as much as they blame Jaina. Accusations, recriminations. Oh, this is why I became a spy in the first place. While I make this trip. So yeah, when you go to make a new macro, you've got a list of icons you can use. Of which there are many. 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 I don't know how many thousand that was, but it's probably at least a few thousand. Hi. I need your mallet? Oh my god, the Monkey King is being carried by... okay. No singing. No, Monkey King, no take rod. You no take nod, not even real Monkey King. Chief Ingo have rod from Father Ingo, and his father before him, and his father before him. Monkey King gave rod to my family. My family becomes chiefs. No hosen live that long. But that's the real Monkey King.
Ookin wicked.
No, silly wicked cannot take rod. Okay. I guess I'll just kill you then. Wait, maybe we could talk about this. No. You insisted. You're dead now. Ingo was great hosen. Good leader. Nice parties. Good booze.
Jimmy!
Artifacts don't make people great. Artifacts allow people to be more of themselves. Good becomes gooder. Bad becomes badder. Chief Ingo become worser. I don't even remember Lotro's icons off the top of my head. Oh, hey. Warbringer. I've actually had a theory for a while. Obviously, I enjoy the fact that they did this split, story thing in Landfall. But I wonder if the specifics of the actual story they decided to split is part of why they decided never to do it again. Or, to explain that differently, they learned the wrong lesson. Well, nobody liked this story arc, so clearly we shouldn't do it anymore. As opposed to, nobody liked the story arc because, it had issues. There it is. Hello? Okay. Soon, Cloden, soon. Give me that. I can see that, Blade Taval. We were talking about that when we were going through Dawn Trail, if I'm remembering correctly. Steal my armor, excuse me, as a trophy. That I don't know about, Spartan. You know what? It's literally faster to Hearth. Hang on, I need to get to the other side of this island, so I'm going to go to the other continent really quick. That sounds like a joke. Yeah, the problem is that at that point you're getting into real troubleshooting, Spartan. Something is set wrong somewhere, and it could be a lot of different things. It could be something in WoW, it could be something in your user setup. I don't even know what OS you're using. Probably Spartan. But,
What's token?
You got head?
Ha! Good one!
But vermin do not understand they worship, fight, or flee. I should send them a few statues of me.
Jimmy.
How the Mogu found the ointment is a wonder, but a lot has happened since the world tore asunder.
Ha! Good one!
Alright, we have the handle, the head, and the ointment. Can you reassemble the mallet? Yup, silly young'un. Just be put rod in whole, and mallet shall again be whole. Good as nibbly new, but listen to the Monkey King. You only have enough ointment for one true swing. One swing? Are we sure this will work? Is there any way to get more ointment? Monkey King was there, the last time this mallet struck true. Tears came to eyes, and harmony was felt through and through. But no more ointment was ever made, for the Mogul came with their raid. Use what we have, be grateful it's there, for the bell is a dangerous weapon, so handle it with care. Okay.
The Alliance shall prevail. The Alliance must prevail.
Now, this is probably the closest these quests get to being identical to each other, if memory serves. But I'm still going to show off both sides. Oh, right. Your efforts have culminated in this moment. War Chief Garrosh, hang on.
Where are we going?
Has gathered the most elite champions of the Horde in Kunlai to witness the ringing of the bell. You have more than earned the right to participate. Go now. The dawn of the new Horde begins today.
We're evil, by the way.
Didn't the other side literally just massacre innocent civilians?
We're both evil.
Actually, if you were paying attention, one of the things I did like about this quest chain is, for all its overcorrection, which is its own bundle of negatives we've already given, I do like the fact that it makes it clear the distinction. The distinction that players have been insisting on for years at this point. In other words, that there's a difference between Hellscream and Horde. The Hellscream quests are pretty obvious, and so are the Horde ones. Listen, they teleported it directly to Darnassus. Actually, I have no idea. Is the more real answer to that one. I got a bad feeling about this. Your war chief got the bell. He gonna make the Horde stronger, but I think that bell got some power. And it's bad. Nobody, not Hosen, not human, not orc, should use the Shah. Like that Shah right there. You see him? Nobody should use that Shah. It's very gross. Very evil. Be careful. I don't think so, no, Yura. I've referred to several noobs over the years, as in someone who is new at something, but calling someone a noob, as in insulting them? No. Hope I see you again, friend. We never see Tac Tac again. Actually, do we? Hang on. We do. In Legion. Huh. Try to be shocked. A character comes back in Legion. Hey, look. It's Malkarok. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Time. We've traveled a long path to reach this moment. Today, our war chief will change the course of our people's history forever. Today, we witness the birth of Garrosh's Horde. Don't let anything interfere.
Strength. We are the Horde! We are slaves to nothing and no one! With the Divine Bell, I will burn away any remnants of weakness within us. Fear, despair, hatred, doubt. The lesser races are buried beneath their weight. But we will control their power. Together, we will destroy the Alliance and claim what is rightfully ours. Let our song of victory begin!
Now, they never state this outright, but they don't need to. One of the things I love about this, it makes so much sense that using...
Fight your fears! Conquer your hatred!
It makes so much sense that all of these people here who are the most Garrosh loyalists he's got are the ones who completely fall to the Shah. Because of course they do. What kind of people are going to be Garrosh supporters?
We will drive them into the ground!
Like, think about it for 5 seconds. Notice these people don't even actually, like, get corrupted by the Shah. They straight up turn into them.
Our victory is all but assured. With the power of the bell on our side, we will be unstoppable!
Stop, Garrosh! You do not know what that bell is capable of!
So, in the end, it is not Varian, but his whelp who comes to face me. You run bravely to your death, young one.
I will not let you do this. I swear to it.
Stop me then, human. This pain! I cannot control it! Fight the Shah. Master it. Use it! Do you speak the truth, Garrosh? Can the Horde truly survive another war? Doubt is for the weak. Do not question your strength, Ishi. We will survive because we must. The Horde will prevail. Lost so much, War Chief. Our families dead, our friends lost, our homeland gone. How much more must our people suffer? Our suffering is at an end. When this war is won, our people will see prosperity at last. Why should we be slaves to honor when we could slaughter the children of our enemies while they sleep? My blade thirsts for Alliance blood. Control your hatred, Ishi. There is killing, and then there is murder. Direct your rage to our enemies!
At night, I see the faces of all those I have slain. Where do our spirits go after our bodies lay cold? I fear death.
Use your fear, Ishi. Turn it on your foes! When death arrives, will you stand and face it, or kneel in defeat?
War Chief, I have failed you.
Yes, Ishi, you have. Your interference has cost me a great warrior, young prince. You'll pay with your life!
That is where you are wrong, Garrosh. The Mogu made the Divine Bell to create chaos, but the Pandaren created a special mallet to turn the echoes of that chaos into perfect harmony. That mallet was hidden for thousands of years, until now.
Die, whelp!
Well.
Live by these words! Loktar Ogar! Victory! Or death!
They may have destroyed the Divine Bell, but I have taken the life of the Alliance's prodigal son. It's nothing less than my own father would have expected of me. This victory may come at a high cost, but it's of little consequence. I will find other ways to destroy my enemies and bring glory to the Horde!
There is much I do not know about this artifact. The weak-willed cannot control this Shah energy, but I will master it. At least the human prince is dead. King Rin now knows the price of his continued defiance. Leave me. I have much to think about.
Well, okay. Time to leave then. You, nah, that's fine. Well, that's a good question, Roman Kira. Why don't we see these events from the other side? For whatever it's worth, for all of the nonsense we've had to endure, I actually really like that finale. No, seriously. Each of his loyal followers following to the Shah instantly and immediately makes perfect sense. Garrosh himself trying to talk through it with his own bullcrap because he is so self-assured that he is so locked in on you-know-what that he's essentially immune to those essences of the Shah. Yep. And yeah, Ishi representing each of the aspects we've seen so far of the Shah. It's good stuff.
This land tests us, friend. The soldier's duty is never done.
The Horde forces are massing in huge numbers in the Emperor's Reach, high up in the mountains of Kunla. The area is an ancient Mogu palace and a place of untold power. It'll only mean one thing. Garrosh is going to use the Divine Bell, and Anduin and the Harmonic Mallet are both missing. I have no doubt the boy went north by himself. I don't have time to gather an elite force to detain him. You must go and stop Anduin. Oh, thank you, Eva. It's time to pay you with your reward. Your eternal reward. Oh, sorry. That's a good question. Let's see. We've given Garrosh, looks like only 2 positives so far. But he's in line for 2 more. It's about time you showed up. Doomsday is a-comin'. Garrosh is amassing his troops on the northern side of the Kunlai summit. He's going to use the Divine Bell, and light help us if we can't stop him in time. Anduin went on ahead, that cheeky light-spouting clod-brained fool. Boy's naive enough to think he could change the Horde and save the world, but he's still just a child. You've either got to stop the boy or help him. One of the two. We're amassing an army to head Garrosh off, but that'll take time. The prince may already be in danger. Oh, why can't this dang kite go faster? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Oh, it's because Dragonfly... You haven't gotten your Dragon Flying train yet. Okay, no problem. I'll help you out, okay? So, first, go to the Dragon Isles. Technically, you can go there right now, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is post-Kata. Yeah, even Blade Chaval noticed that as Maristar, which proves he's paying attention. Yeah, we just need to talk to Raytheon from the future. It's okay. Canonically, Raytheon does talk to several versions of himself across several periods in his life. Don't think about it too much. So, deja vu. Malkrok's not here for some reason, but let's just ignore that. Oh, whoops, hang on. I'll talk to Garrosh in a second. Was that a warg up there? No, don't worry about it.
Far from home, friend.
Oh, it's just Sorog I was hoping to see. You couldn't have arrived at a better time. You could have asked me to begin with.
I will see you soon.
Garrosh is right over there and he's going to ring the bell at any moment. We don't have time to wait for my father's army. This is the only chance to stop him. I'll attempt to appeal to his senses. Charge in whenever you're ready. I'll be right behind you.
Be careful.
Let's frickety go, boy.
We are the Horde!
Some of this is going to be identical, by the way. I apologize.
And no one!
It's the only quest that has some identical elements.
I will burn.
It makes sense. It's literally the same events, just, you know,
weakness within us.
2 sides.
Fear, despair, hatred, doubt. The lesser races are buried beneath their weight.
I love that, by the way. Lesser races.
Control their power.
Wait, hang on. Canonically, I'm like right here.
We will destroy the Alliance and claim what is rightfully ours. Let our song of victory begin!
I do too, Miss Minister. It makes sense. Anduin doesn't have any of that crap. I don't really know why. He just doesn't. He doesn't think that way.
Conquer your hatred!
Oh, that's easy, Evo. You don't. Canonically, I should probably mention that the Horde and Alliance characters are both here at the same time. Obviously, they can't show that off because of the limitations of the tech. Damn. But what's actually happening here is that both PCs are here at the same time. And so, the Horde and Alliance characters are both helping Anduin against Garrosh and the Bell. And given the events that are going to happen immediately after this, story-wise, that makes perfect sense. Remember, the actual Darkspear Rebellion is not that far off when we're going to finally go loud with our resistance against Garrosh. Actually, turn on the music. Don't worry. Last time I was actually deliberately going slow, in order to let Ishii have his whole speech. This time I'm just going to burn him to the ground. Come on, Ishii. What you got? What you got? Alright, we'll pop every cooldown. Yes, even the ones I usually don't use. And dead.
War Chief, I have failed you.
That's what happens when I pop every cooldown on assassination. Just murdered him.
Yes, Ishii, you have. Your interference has cost me a great warrior, young prince. You'll pay with your life!
That is where you are wrong, Garrosh. The Mogu made the Divine Bell to create chaos, but the Pandaren created a special mallet to turn the echoes of that chaos into perfect harmony. That mallet was hidden for thousands of years, until now.
Die, whelp! Your alliance must be at its end if you're sending your children against me. I will let you live, so that you can tell your king of the price of his continued defiance.
That's Kingsbane. Marked for death is over here on X. Yeah, death mark. So, Anduin looks like a crumpled doll and lays still as a stone. The only movement comes from the frigid air ruffling his fair golden hair. You sit quietly for a while until the cold settles into your bones. The bell is destroyed, but the silence is deafening. Out of the corner of your eye, you see the slightest flicker from his hand. He breathes, but just barely. Can we do it? Look in my bag. Use the flare. Help! Healers! Healers! Yeah, we need to evac. Now. No, Prince Anduin. Don't you worry. I'll get Anduin back to land safely. We'll meet you there. Yeah, medic! Medic! And yeah, it actually makes a weird amount of sense that Garrosh would be so thrown by this. This is going to sound like a weird sentence, because Garrosh is not exactly a good person. But if we're being completely honest with ourselves, most of the stuff that he does that's really, really bad, he does after this. I have a theory. I theorize that hearing the elements of harmony coming off of the mallet messed with him, for lack of a better way to put that. Completely rejiggered his brain in a way that he just couldn't properly cope with. He escalates hard after this. Yeah, after he just killed a child, effectively an unarmed child, a civilian, which, like it or not, as much as Garrosh is an evil man, he has always been pretty consistent about, you know, winning his battles honorably. Not because he thinks it's good or right, but because his own ego can't withstand the idea of fighting or killing a defenseless civilian. Right? Even Theramore, he did give advance warning so they could evacuate first. Also, I can't believe I just noticed this. Fix that really quick. No, I agree, Claude. Killing Anduin is frankly beneath Garrosh. Just from his general mentality.
Good to see you, friend.
I hesitate to guess what would have happened if you'd not been there with the young prince. Today you put an end to Garrosh's plans. You have undoubtedly saved thousands of lives, and most importantly, you brought Anduin back to us. We're doing everything we can for the boy, but we can only wait and see.
Remember, the king is counting.
After this, Anduin is...
Attacked my son?
Oh, sorry.
Where is he?
Anduin!
Oh, Anduin, what were you thinking? I should have sent you back to Stormwind.
He's alive, but his bones are shattered.
Send for Velen. Bring him here at once.
My king, I promise you, the Kirin Tor will come down on Garrosh so hard his ancestors will reel. Blood will pay for blood!
Jaina. I will end Garrosh for this. His horde already crumbles beneath him. We will deliver the final blow.
Jaina is his... Oh, goddammit.
You and Anduin thwarted the war chief today, and won the Alliance a critical victory. But please, leave me now. I must tend to my son, and prepare for our next battle.
Jaina is directly, if not biologically, Anduin's aunt. So, let's do a tally, shall we? Agreed, Dakota. Like, I don't mind her being angry and violent there. That makes perfect sense. That's her nephew. I understand that completely. So, Garrosh pissed off the Blood Elves to the point where they not only were actively seeking to leave his horde, but have actively, are effectively working against him now. Completely loses any possibility of neutrality with the preeminent polity of mages on the entire planet. Drives every single non-orc loyalist away from him. Drives even some of his orcs away from him, who are not true hardliner loyalists. All to gain a bell, which he then immediately loses, and so his consolation prize is killing the prince, which he failed to kill.
Hello.
Yeah. And yeah, for all intents and purposes, the rebellion has started, the Darkspear Rebellion has started, essentially right now.
Good luck, friend.
So I'm not sure if we're going to do this whole sequence on both sides. I haven't decided yet, as weird as that probably sounds. I also don't know how the rep is going to be here. Mention your Garrosh, what are you doing right now? Ironically, I know exactly what he does decide to do. And it's actually an interesting strategy if you assume you're a moron. I'll just tell you. Garrosh's strategy right now is to commit as many atrocities as possible. No, I'm dead serious. So that he can rip out as many of his non-loyalists out of his forces as possible. No possibility of betrayal. And then he's going to hole up in the most defensible hole he can think of and just sit there and wait for his enemies to come to him. He is going to ground. There's a reason the last patch is called the Siege of Orgrimmar. Oop, let me get over here first. Yeah, he effectively does the same thing the Empress does. He pulls back. Goes to his bolt hole. And like I mentioned, this is theory, but he does a lot of the worst stuff he does after these events. And I think that's at least partially because the mallet's screwing with him.
The dreams brought us here.
A group of Sun Reavers awaits you near Shadowpound Garrison.
May the
Really?
Lord protect you.
Well, while we're making this trip, I got something for you guys. This is probably one of my favorite patch trailers. And I have to admit, at least part of that's because of Jim Cummings.
Pandaria, her hills of gold, in dark and mournful times of old, did once a hopeless horror hold. When from her sacred veil did spring, with storm and flash, a monstrous thing, his name, Lei Shen, the Thunder King. His thunder boomed across the land, and none who dared and fought could stand against the Iron Tyrant's hands. A palace grand, a walled domain, such mighty works born of his reign, built by slaves, their hearts in chains. But seasons change and tyrants die, his fury spent in times gone by. The thunder slept beneath Kunlai.
Secure the remains, brothers.
By Zandalari hands, he has been taken. By Zandalari voice, he has awakened. Heroes, sound the drums. The Thunder King comes. The Thunder King comes.
I love that trailer. I used to just watch that trailer. Just for fun.
Anaria Shola. For Silvermoon.
We must move quickly. The others will have gone ahead of us, but I'll brief you on the flight over.
You are here. The Regent Lord has asked about you specifically. Are you ready to go?
There's no time to waste. Every moment we delay gives Jaina and the Kirin Tor more of a hold on the Isle. Lord Thamar awaits us. Speak to me when you're ready to depart. I'll escort you myself.
We do what we must, Shirella Ron. Pandaran legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaran races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
Also showing off their wave tech for the very first time here. Considering Lorthamar asked for me in particular, he probably had one ready to go, Magister. So welcome to the Isle of Thunder. Nice place. If it looks like it's been underwater a lot, that's because it has. This place was very recently brought back up. So you see this eternal thunderstorm? What you may or may not also see is that certain parts of both the trees and the terrain have machinery in them that reacts to the lightning. Most people look at this and automatically assume that this thunderstorm is powering the Thunder King, that he is draining it of its energy. It's actually the opposite. This storm is from him. He's powering the fortress, and he's powering the storm.
The eternal sun still guides us. Aethys, leave us for a moment. Hero, you have served the Horde nobly across many campaigns. I feel I can take you into confidence. Our war chief's campaign across Kalimdor and Pandaria is pulling the Horde apart at the seams. We're here to fight the Thunder King. Justice demands it, and Hellscream is too preoccupied at Domination Point to pay attention here. But in defeating him, we must seek out the source of his great power. We must claim it for ourselves, as leverage against our war chief. In the event of an uprising, we must be prepared. Heads up! Ah! It will feel good to bloody my blade again. Against Alliance or Mogu, does not matter to me. Enough talk. You know how precarious our position is. Between the Alliance and the Thunder King, only with the help of heroes like you can we hope to succeed here.
Oh God, Blade
hero.
That would be fascinating. And something we'll see in BFA. Yes, really. The Shadowpan arrived before we did, and they're already at work undermining the Thunder King's forces. I want you to meet with Taran Zu, leader of the Shadowpan, and offer your services. I doubt he truly needs the aid, but the gesture is important.
Aldiel Shalah. We are a nation on the rise.
Hello?
What I do,
there we go.
I do for Quel'Thalas.
Our scouting efforts on the coast have given us valuable intel about the island. However, we'll accomplish nothing if we don't advance.
Silvermoon will know prosperity again.
So, two things. First, did you notice his comments there? We now know our motive for being here. We're not here for Hellscream, or even on behalf of him. In fact, I doubt he even knows that this is happening. Or if he does, he probably doesn't care. We are here specifically to, obviously, fight the Thunder King, who is a threat, and to claim whatever we can from it because we need the edge, which makes sense. We're Blood Elves. Or they're Blood Elves, anyways. And remember, the Blood Elves, they don't have numbers. They don't have resources. What they have is expertise.
I have selected a landing site for our forces, a small peninsula to our east that is easily defended. Alas, the Zandalari trolls have already claimed and fortified it. They are protecting it with a powerful spirit barrier. We will need to disable it before our ships can land. Champion, I need you to lead a ground assault and take down that barrier from within.
I can do that.
Mount up and rendezvous with Scout Captain Elsia. She is organizing an elite group of rangers to accompany you. May the light of the sun shine upon you.
Not likely around here.
Up here, champion.
Same Dragonhawk.
The Sun Reavers have devised a way to ward our flying mounts against the lightning. But fly in loose formation, just in case.
What? We're in the middle of a storm, and like 100 meters apart. We can't hear her.
Look below. Our continued assaults on the town and crypts have thrown the enemy into disarray. The Mogu and the Zandalari already fear the might of the Horde. Do you see the central tower? Lightning strikes it continuously. Aethys suspects that the storms originate from the heart of the palace itself. The Thunder King's palace lies ahead. We must secure a foothold on the island before we can assault his fortress. The other rangers are waiting for us just ahead. Our first priority is... Look out! By the Sunwell! The skies betray us! We are not safe up here!
Yeah, why'd you take the slow route? Just beeline.
Ah! Hold on!
Well, okay. Frickin' Tesla towers, am I right?
Champion, are you alright?
I'm fine, I'm fine.
We were not safe, at all. They were waiting for us. Our forces are scattered throughout the swamp, and we are alone behind—
They come! To arms, me brothers! Hurl them back to the sea!
I mean, you are welcome to try, sir.
No, not good.
So this patch also introduced the concept that we're seeing right now. The idea of a solo scenario.
You have not seen the full might of the Zandalari!
Hope you appreciate this, because we're going to be seeing hundreds of solo scenarios for the entire rest of the game.
They are pulling back, but we cannot let up now. Our only hope of getting out of here alive is to take the town.
Yeah, let me get on a me-sized proto-drake. Oh, this is 100% a tech test. It's also worth noting that the Isle of Thunder itself was also a bit of a tech test. None of that retains, but at the time, not all of the content and quests were there.
Break it down.
When the patch came out.
Hold the ruins! Slay them where they stand!
Like, as players did stuff, and I don't remember the specifics, but as players did stuff, more stuff would unlock, which would then unlock further scenarios, which would unlock further progress, and stuff like that. Yeah, I was saying, we've been fighting the Zul Confederacy for some time now. I think we got this. We fought them back in Kata, and back in Kun Lai, if you remember. Different character, admittedly, but still.
Good work, hero. Let's move on.
Crush the intruders! The barrier must not fall!
I do not like the look of that troll. Be careful!
It's okay, it's just a really big, dire Zandalari troll. It's fine, it's fine.
Make this look easy.
Thanks. Yes, Fife. Although there's kind of an asterisk there. If you'll notice the number 0, it means there's a positive and a negative counterbalancing each other. If there's nothing there at all, then it's just there's nothing there at all. You can see why I then made the distinction. you stop summoning raptors? God. I remember this part was actually really hard back in the day on some classes. Doing this on my mage was interesting.
They are protecting that mask. It must be the source of the barrier. Destroy it!
Oh, okay. Help, doesn't he? Come on, over here. There you go. Good boy. No, not too far. Not too far now.
Mandalore.
Okay.
Shield! It is down! We did it! Champion, without your help, I would have died in that swamp. I owe you my very life.
You're welcome.
Victory to the Sindori, and another triumph for the Horde. Romath, establish a perimeter. Aethus, begin placing the sentry wards. Cathiel, unload the shelters and supplies. Brothers and sisters of the Horde, enemies surround us on all sides. Your courage in weeks to come will be the difference between victory and defeat.
That was scenario 1.
We have made many sacrifices. Champion, you have brought glory to the Horde. Your unshakable will has secured our position here. Now, the true work begins.
It's also kind of interesting that since, not counting, Outland, which barely counts for obvious reasons, this is one of the only real outposts the Blood Elves have had, ever, technically. This is the first time they've really stretched out and started doing something. I just wanted to comment on that, because it's kind of interesting seeing them actually get active in the story once.
I greet you on behalf of Silvermoon.
The time has come. Our forces are well entrenched enough here that we can risk pressing forward into the Thunder King's lair. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he'll be opening the gate anytime soon. I suppose we'll have to make a gate of our own.
We find strength in the Horde.
Instance number 2.
The unworthy have not yet learned of my power. War God Al-Chukla, add my strength to my... Make a demonstration of these invaders, such that all nations tremble before me.
All will fall before us.
Zambu! Secure the inner courtyard. None should look upon my works and live. As my Emperor wills.
is chaos out there. The siege has begun, but our heavy explosives never made it to the wall. I will cover the flanks. Gather up our explosives and get them to the wall. Hurry!
So, Lei Shen was first introduced as a character back in the Jade Forest. He's also been referenced basically every single time the Mogu have shown up. But as far as actually shown on camera, the first time we saw his corpse was during the quest in Kun Lai, where we were fighting the Zul Confederacy, who were seeking to resurrect him. The first time we saw him while he was alive was about 20 seconds ago. Not counting the trailer, obviously. Lei Shen's interesting to me. I suppose I'm just an idiot for finding him as fascinating as I do. He is the explanation for why the Mogu are the way that they are. Because, by most logic, the Mogu are so pathetic and so worthless that there's no possibility of them ever unifying into anything real. And indeed, they never did. And both before and after Lei Shen. Before Lei Shen is an era called the Era of 100 Kings? Something like that. In other words, all of the Mogu were just constantly fighting each other. Just doing nothing but killing each other. That was it. Lei Shen showed up, smashed them all into place, and decided to make an entire empire based solely on one thing. Himself. As we've talked about many, many times, that made him the central sole pillar of the entire Mogu Empire. When he was knocked over by the usage of a Titan weapon in Oldham, that was the end of it. The Mogu Empire immediately fell apart. And never recovered. So they were crap before him, they were crap after him. He was unique. And I kind of like that idea, that it took one person of this level of skill and power to be able to unify them. But he wasn't just unique because he was smart or strong. He had something else going for him, which I'm not sure when I should talk about, although we definitely have to talk about it. I literally just said that, Mega Skullmon Spockmon. I don't think Mega Skullmon Spockmon can hear me. That's okay. But yeah, he's a lore load-bearing boss, which is kind of rare to see in games, where there's a lore explanation for them being a load-bearing boss. So, what did the Zandalari care about this? So, there's actually two answers to that. Well, it makes sense, though, if you consider what I haven't told you yet.
Bleed them!
Okay, at the time, there was a bit of an idea that the Zandalar itself had sunk beneath the waves. So in other words, the Zandalari...
We do not back down.
...literally want a new land. They think that if they side with the Thunder King, he will grant them a portion of Pandaria for them to live on. However, that's been retconned out of existence, but this still makes sense with knowledge of what we know now. The idea being that the Zul Confederacy and what Zul really wanted lines up with them going out of their way to resurrect him, because he now becomes a nice, big, obvious thing to distract everyone and everything with, while they go do what they're actually going to be doing. Which we won't cover what Zul and his people are up to until we get to BFA.
Show them our might.
But yes, Mega Skull... Okay, so... I'm just biting my tongue on this. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Getting ahead of myself. Again. Let's invade the fortress first, shall we? Then we'll talk about the Thunder King.
Bleed them!
The charges are placed. Hero, you may have the honor.
Yeah, yes and no. The end of Zul's arc was terrible. But Zul was amazing in BFA. Other than that.
This is who I am. No paperwork, no politics. Just the hot fury of magic and steel.
Hi, Lothamar.
Spectacular! Move up! Press onward! Show them no quarter!
This way! The Zandalari are falling back!
And of course, credit to Gideon Emery. He sells a lot of the frustration in his voice. You just feel in that one line he just said how irritated he's been having to deal with all this nonsense for years. I should mention, in addition to him being Sylvanas' number 2 leader amongst the Raging Generals, he was also very much a frontline warrior, just like Sylvanas herself was. I know that someone who leads from the front isn't unusual in Warcraft, but by all accounts, he hasn't been in a battle since Warcraft 3, which at this point is, about 11 years ago.
Step forward! Witness the gift of the Thunder King! I was chosen! My blood burns with his power! Too much! The spirit cannot contain his might! You will be punished! Your life a lesson in futility! Zondala!
What? What did they do to that troll?
Bar the gates! The Sandalari have failed to hold the wall.
Rangers, to me! We have broken their lines.
My Lord Regent, you should not be so close to the front lines.
Nonsense. This is where I belong. Champion, again you are at the forefront of a Horde triumph. And once more, I am in your debt. Regroup behind the wards, everyone. They will counterattack. We will be ready.
That's an interesting question, Blade Taval, which I'm going to admit I don't really understand. But I'm going to just say it straightly, and hopefully that'll make it make sense. So everyone on Pandaria has constantly been talking about the Thunder King in hushed tones and with fear because of how much cultural terror he has endured as a mythological figure in their history, right? And then, during the events of Kunlai, which we did on camera, over here, the Zul Confederacy resurrected him back from the dead. So pretty much everyone on the island is like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, we gotta kill him. Now, that's the primary reason we're here. I mention that specifically, though, because it's entirely within reason that most of the people who are actively engaged in fighting him actually have no idea how sincere and severe of a threat he really is. Or of a baby. Forgive me. Adorable niece. Courier has arrived. Oh, I forgot to show that joke, though. Oh, it doesn't matter. But yeah, he's some evil monster from the past. We gotta deal with him. What's coincidental is we're mostly here because the stories have been told. If not for a couple of asterisks, nobody really realizes the level of threat he presents. In fact, like, on the one hand, I really like this. On the other hand, I really don't. They'll actually pull the same trick in Legion, by the way. You could argue that Lei Shen should have been the central villain of the expansion. And, like, Lord knows he's got enough backing to pull it off. Instead, he's kind of quietly significant, you know what I mean? We're more or less literally saving the world right now. We don't know that yet, though.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord. With the help of the Shadow Pan and this beast you recovered, I believe we can infiltrate and disable the Thunder King's armory. Baladash, Malanore. Elsia is waiting for you, champion.
This creature you have recovered is immune to the lightning strikes that protect the island. Do you think you can ride it? Very good. Once you take to the skies, the Zandalari will try to stop you. Be ready to dogfight in the air. Jump from mount to mount if you have to. A Shadow Pan contact will be waiting to meet you behind the mines. Good luck.
Well, the only thing we know with total certainty about Lei Shen's plans is that he wishes to continue the work of the Titans. And we'll leave that there for now. Hey, Papaneeks. Yeah, it is apparently snowing in several parts of the world. Or the States, I should say. Yeah, no, that's actually a really good comparison, Blacheville. Lei Shen is very much like the Omega series. It feels completely like a side plot, but actually, this is global level stakes here. Yep, we're either frozen or on fire. Notice this is the development of that one quest from Wrath. A little smoother. The damage numbers falling off me there. And yeah, so far these are just straight up the same scenario as the Alliance seat. So you hear the different dialogue because it's Jaina instead of Lorthamar. And they talk about how much the Horde sucks, but honestly, that's about it. So we're not going to do these twice. No real reason to. You think you could just fly overhead unnoticed? You got where you were going. Too bad you're not going to live long enough to see it. Prepare to die, intruder. Okay, I can live with that. No, the point is you die with it. What? Yeah, you got to die. That's the whole point. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah, part of the problem is this probably would have been a better 5.1 than Domination Point was. you know? And then have Domination Point be 5.2, which leads to the Rebellion in 5.3, and then the Siege in 5.4. There she is. Hey, Taushi.
Well now, you sure know how to arrive. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business.
I feel like you just said that. I don't know, it's kind of a vibe. Why did you go running? Why are you over there? Ah! It's okay. Never look at explosions. No kidding, Pillars of Snow. Considering how recently she would be a recruit. Yeah. In fact, I believe she would be, like, if you think about it, the second most recent recruit other than us.
I trained my entire life for this.
Yeah, part of the problem, too, is Landfall is certainly a very chonky expansion. Patch. And that makes sense. It was designed to be a content gapper. But the problem is it was so chonky that then we go to 5.2, and as much as I think 5.2 is overall a better patch, as it is also much shorter.
Swift, silent kill, but your methods have step lightly. We are almost to the gate. There, the slave master.
What is this? Another uprising?
Yeah, it's weird. You keep treating your slaves badly and they keep rising up against you. It's weird how this keeps happening. But yeah.
Keep him busy. I am almost finished.
Unlike the nonsense that was Landfall.
You punished.
I don't think we'll give any negatives to 5.2. We'll see.
Rangers, secure the forge. Smash the gate so it cannot be closed. Incredible work. I knew the Shadowpan would make excellent allies.
We share a common enemy, Regent Lord. Nothing more.
Regardless, we have delivered a terrible blow to the Thunder King today. Horde metalsmiths can begin studying Mogu fabrication techniques immediately.
With all respect, these abominable tools should be destroyed.
In good time, my Pandaren friend. In good time.
And that may sound a little bit silly, but remember, Lord Thamar's arguably primary goal here is to get some edge against Garrosh. Like, he's thinking long-term. Which makes sense. He's an elf. They probably should think long-term. Hey, Taran.
The rebuilding continues.
You have my attention.
Zandalari warships plunder the seas around the islands. They ferry in soldiers and war beasts from Zandalar to bolster Lei Shen's army. If we can capture the palace shipyard, the Thunder King's supply line will be cut off, and your foothold secure.
Champion. We were just talking about you.
It does not matter. Taushi's proposal is too dangerous.
The sheer audacity of the plan is exactly what intrigues me. If we breach the shipyard, we will deprive the Mogu of further Zandalari reinforcements.
Champion, hear me out. We strike the shipyard at night, using this magnificent beast you have tamed. Once inside, we sabotage the Zandalari ship. In the chaos, we will slip into the courtyard and open the gates from within.
Surely you agree that decisive action wins wars, Lord Zhu?
Very well, Taushi. If our champion here agrees, the mission may proceed.
Thank you, Lord Zhu. I will not let you down. Speak with me when you are ready.
A very minor point, but did you notice Taran only agreed with the plan once he knew we were approving of it? Remember, this is well after we saved his ass in the Shadowpan Monastery and assisted him in bringing down hatred, and he knows we've defeated fear by now.
What's the situation? Silent and deadly.
So, this is my favorite of the three. Hopefully it won't bug out, because that can happen.
I count 6. No, 7 guards on patrol in the sky. One of them flies higher than the others. He loops far out over the water. Alone. He is overextending. That is our in. We will neutralize him and take his route. Let's go. Just a little closer. Yeah! The Zandalari are more cautious than I thought. Look down there, swarming with patrols. And their shamans have laid out a network of sentry totems. One of these smoke bombs will blind a sentry totem.
So this is fun.
From the ship to the gate at the upper level. We will need to cross on foot.
You only get so many of these.
Circle up here for long. Do what you can while I plan our next move.
So you can actually fail at this, for lack of a better way to put that. Which I actually really like. It means you have to actually think about your route.
Awaken, Hussein. The docks are your responsibility. See that none pass His Majesty's gates. The Thunder King wills it. It shall be done.
Let's go get a little coverage while we're on it. You actually got to think about where you place these, because this is the actual path you will be given once we actually go through here a second time. Notice they give you 2 passes, so it's not hard, but I have seen players who weren't taking this seriously
To get aboard that ship.
and run out of time. What happens is you get detected, and then you got to fight your way out.
Then we will go below decks and find the captain.
These are elites.
Easy now. Get in close and incapacitate them.
Okay.
Into the smoke.
I don't know why that didn't work. Ah, it didn't work again. What the? Oh no.
Into the smoke.
I've caught the Evo bug. What the hell? Okay, hang on. Hang on. So what's supposed to happen is we get up behind them and we attack them with a special prompt that pops up. You'll notice that wasn't happening. They were just aggroing us. That's a damn shame. This is the one I was expecting to be the most gameplay positives of the scenarios. I never saw this bug until Evo encountered it when she was going through this. It's a fairly new bug, all things considered. Take 2. So the goal...
Easy now. Get in close and incapacitate them.
There we go.
There will be a very unpleasant surprise waiting for the next troll who disturbs these. Let's keep moving.
I love how she just puts an entire pile of bombs there. Oh yeah, the city ships are great. Obviously, you can't make a whole city ship in a game like this, but you get the idea of how big these things are supposed to be. And there's a reason they're called city ships. She motions towards the captain and then draws a finger across her neck. Also, we are once again a Tauren rogue. Second time.
Stowaways! Oh, you tickle. But I be done playing with you.
Ow.
I am unthinkable! Never get out of here alive.
Not as quiet as I would prefer.
Oh my god.
It works.
And we're dead. Not even sure how I aggroed that guy, but whatever. And yes, I have Papa Neeks. He's also an Orgrimmar now.
The courtyard gate is directly up that hill.
He was hoping we knocked out the right things.
Of those sentry totems.
Which we did, of course. It's a good thing they don't notice all this smoke around here. Think to act on it.
Sounds like they found our little present.
Yep, yep. Boop, boop, boop.
Enough hiding, little ones. There is no escape now. The only way out is through me.
Okay.
Through you, is it? I think we can manage that.
Finished!
She missed that, but she just said, would you prefer we go through your ribcage or through your stomach?
Strike me is to strike.
Well fought. Now, the gates, before the Thunder King's entire army comes down on us. Rangers, shatter the hinges! Wedge the doors open! Your plan worked. The two of you accomplished the work of an army. The fighting skills of my companion are quickly becoming legendary among the Shadowpan. The Regent Lord will want a full report. Let's get you back to camp. You have earned a rest.
I mean, if anybody wants transmog, they're welcome to come. I was just going to do it solo, though. There's no reason not to.
The eternal sun still guides us.
Excellent work. With that blasted warship out of commission, the bombardments on the coast will cease. Taranzu has informed me that the Shadowpan will keep vigil over Storm Sea Landing, freeing up the Sunreaver resources to press the siege elsewhere. Taoshi will be there. I'm sure she'll be glad to work with you again.
We find strength in the Horde.
Now, normally I'd keep pushing, but I have another scenario to do, and then a couple of quests, and a raid. And it's 15 minutes into my lunch break. So we'll be back in a bit.